USA, ESPN analyst Jeff Cameron.
For me,
.95 The Fanatic,
Philadelphia.
Connor Thomas is Andrew Salciunas today. How does that feel? You wake up all right?
I feel older.
Feel a little older?
Yeah, I do.
Not that older.
I'm already forgetting how to use my cell phone.
Well, that is absolutely true. Andrew is a little bit of the pop-up routine with us here. It's amazing that I've gotten to do a show with somebody who is actually, so much more my junior, who is older in every way, shape, and form. It's unbelievable. But he lives a very simple life, and he likes it.
Yes, he does.
He likes it that way. How are you, Connor?
I'm doing great. 8-0 dub for the Fightins. How could I not be doing great? Christopher Sanchez is back. Maybe somebody else might be back. Things are good.
I love the masterful pitching performance. There's something about watching a flawless pitching performance, and last night you saw one. It was absolutely brilliant by Sanchez, and you watch him maneuver that Pirates lineup, who, by the way, Amy was talking about it yesterday. She goes, they have some hitters and everything. That's not a bad Pirates team.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's not a team that you're worried about.
But they're a middle-of-the-pack team in the National League, which is a really good league this year. So, yeah, take that for what it's worth.
They got it, and so the Phillies take care of business last night. And we wake up this morning, and it's starting to get really, really interesting. It's been interesting for a little while. But the Phillies are 2.5 games behind the Braves. Braves lost again last night to the Cardinals. And I was watching a little bit of that, too. I'm absolutely shocked that the Phillies are 2.5 games out on July 1st. It feels like I'm watching a different team, a different game all of a sudden, because, and I don't know if it's the Braves collapse or the Phillies playing better. Because the Phillies are 10 games over 500. Yeah, that's not a great record.
Well, the Braves were on an unsustainable pace. They were red hot in the early part of the season. You had to imagine at some point there was going to be a lull. There is for every team. Every team goes through those stretches of the season where they play around 500 ball or lesser than when they were at their best to get out to a big lead. So it doesn't really surprise me about them. It surprises me more the stark contrast when you look at the different pockets of this Phillies season. Like just a month ago, well, now technically 2 as we're into July, but when you look at June compared to May it was we have the best top 2 pitchers on the planet, but the offense is scoring 2 runs a game, so how do we survive? June was, hey, these guys are scoring runs. The offense looks a little more balanced. You might have a little bit of a drop-off from guys like Sanchez and not so much Wheeler, but Luzardo, where things were a little bit shakier. And the offense carries it. So they felt like a different team maybe 4 or 5 different times this year.
Okay, Phillies wake up this morning 10 games over 500. I don't want to bore you with math at 6:03 in the morning, but I have to do this with you. So last night, Dork Boy was doing his math. And it's one of the things that I said to Connor yesterday is, are the Phillies sort of padding their schedule on bad teams? So they're 10 games over 500. Their record against losing teams yesterday, teams with losing records, going into action last night, was 19-11.
Okay, we'll take that.
So 8 games over 500 against losing teams. So in other words, there are 500 team versus good teams. They're 8 games over against bad teams.
I would say that's most teams in baseball, though. I mean, the National
League. You think most teams are like that kind of splits?
Yeah, honestly, you survive against the top-level teams, the over 500 teams. You try and split those. You take advantage of the lesser teams. That's kind of the strategy to the Major League Baseball season because you just play so many games. Like, if we're talking Eagles football, you have to beat the good teams because a quarter,
no, you have to. You got to have home,
or more.
And you got to have home games.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to win your division first. So you got to win those 6 games. You got to have like a 4-2, 5-1.
Yeah, but I'm even just saying in the regular season, you can't afford to lose to good teams because you're going to play a quarter of your season or more against them. For a baseball team, like you could just break even in those matchups, win enough games against lesser teams. And as long as you're not getting punked by the best teams in baseball, and I don't believe the Phillies have been, I think they've had rougher moments against tough teams, which we'll get a chance to see as they have late season series against the Braves and other things of that nature. But there's nothing really that they need to prove as far as like the winning record against winning teams. They just need to not be bad against them.
So we go into July. We start July this morning, 2.5 games behind the Braves. There's a really good shot. While the Phillies play a couple more with the Pirates, They then go on a 9-game road trip before the All-Star game. And so there's a ton of road games coming up. But it's the Royals, the Reds, and the Tigers.
Yeah.
3 of those losing teams. Yeah, 9-game road trip against losing teams. That has 5-4, 6-3 written all over it.
You know what? For the first time, you just brought this up, this stream of consciousness from me. I'm a little bit worried about the All-Star break.
What are you worried about? Getting cold? It is a week off.
Right, because I feel comfortable about them against the Pirates. Then you're going to go on the road. They should win 2 of those series easily, if not 3 of them, because I don't think Cincinnati's all that good. And then you hit a little bit of a lull just when this team seems to start figuring everything out. And sometimes, hey, we've seen it with the first-round bye in the postseason. You hit that break, and it kind of stunts momentum a little bit.
And what we have talked about, I said it before, I wanted the Phillies 3 games up on the wild card. So have the Phillies be there at the wild card, 3 games up. They're 2 games up now. So they're at the top wild card, tied with the Cubs, by the way. Cubs have sort of found their footing again, and they're back after being, and they're one of those erratic teams. They've had a 10-game losing streak and a 10-game winning streak.
Yeah,
now the Cubs
the
Cubs you can't figure out, but it sort of brings to the forefront that right now the Cubs and Phillies entered July the same exact record, 48-38. The Cubs have 2 10-game winning streaks and 1 10-game losing streak. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, they can hit the hell out of the ball and they can't pitch it. That's where they're at. They've got a clear deficiency there.
The Phillies end up here at 48-38 on July 1st. They've already fired a manager.
Well, they can pitch the hell out of the ball, but they can't always hit it.
And they fired a manager. They fired a manager at this point. I mean, it's wild how things are going right now. The Phillies are climbing up right now on not only the division lead, 2.5 games out, but they're starting to creep up on Brewers territory where you can go. You already had that series there, but you're crawling up on the Brewers territory where record-wise, the Phillies could find themselves back in the division lead and potentially saying they could get one of those top 2 records in the National League, which didn't look even viable a month ago. That didn't look viable.
Yeah, this is the lesson, right? Then we knew this, but it's a reminder to people out there because the past 2 postseasons, we know first time matching up with the team, they are out. But what you've seen in the past 2 months is I don't want to call it a full hot streak because there are moments in there where the offense didn't look great. There are certain issues with the rotation bullpen. But this level of sustainable high-level play that the Phillies have played since Don Mattingly took over is a reminder that the ceiling of this team is World Series contender. Like, there is nothing that restricts them from being in that upper echelon of Major League Baseball. The problem is that for every stretch you see like this, there is another stretch where they're getting their manager fired because they're 10 games under 500. So,
is it just one of those things where they're going to be playing good in October?
Yeah, that's what it's always been.
No, but it isn't always, because I mean it's there are other things. We need to see by the end of this month or by the first couple days of August, I think is the trade deadline. We need to see Dave Dombrowski improve this club. We acknowledge that, correct?
Absolutely.
It has to be. And I hope Ricky Bo is going to come around to our idea that they have to get a starting pitcher. There has to be a there's a starting pitcher somewhere that could come in here and help to at least put a leg on the stool for this rotation.
Yeah, or the other thing that you could do is you could find a long man that is more of a bullpen arm right now who has started in the past, kind of what they did with the Michael Lorenzen.
So you're going to do that? You're going to do that? Two parts of your rotation are going to be that though?
Yeah, because you don't really need it in the postseason. So what you're doing is you're trying to find someone viable that can get you through like a month and a half of the regular season. Is really all you need, and a guy that you might not trust. You saw like Noah Syndergaard kind of play that role back in.
He did a good job.
So that's something that they could do if they want to go a little bit cheaper there and maybe spend more on an Aroldis Chapman, or if they see a bat that they really like. But they have optionality with that.
Just one thing to look out for. The Marlins are 2 games behind the Phillies. And the Marlins are the best team in baseball the last 5 weeks. Marlins are playing great ball. They're 20-6.
Yeah.
In their last 26 games. They're playing the best baseball in the league. Now, whether that's sustainable or not, I do not know.
I don't think it is. I'm not worried about them because they still have so many unproven
Well, they're in the
pieces on
wild
that
card.
team.
I mean, they're in that wild card is what I'm saying to you is that they're even 2 games behind the Phillies. Phillies 2.5 out. The Marlins are now 4.5 out. But I'm going to give you just here the wild cards. And as far as the Phillies and the Cubs are tied for the top wild card.
Mm-hmm.
Now, remember, the Cubs beat the Phillies 6 out of 7. So if it comes down to September, remember, you got to beat out the Cubs.
Right.
'Cause
No
you're gonna have to
tiebreaker
be
in your
ahead. No tiebreaker. Those 2 teams right there are 2 up on the Cardinals. You feel good. Cardinals over 162 are not going to be better than the Phillies, correct?
Shouldn't be, no.
Marlins, we agree. We don't think they'll be better than the Phillies over 162.
No.
Padres? They could be.
Yeah, they're a weird team, man. I don't know how they're as bad as they are, or at least how bad they were when the Phillies played them in that 2 series and 3 stretch.
Right.
They still have a quality roster, more so than the Cardinals, more so than the Marlins. That's
Padres, we still are on the radar.
I'm just keeping an eye on them, yeah.
Diamondbacks?
Nah, I'm not worried about them.
Nationals?
No. They can't pitch.
Pirates and Reds and everything, so we're done.
No.
We're done. So, in other words, we're all in agreement. And, Rodman, you're nodding here?
Yes.
You're nodding with this? We're going to watch the Padres.
Yeah, side eye.
We're not thinking that the Cardinals, the Marlins, the Diamondbacks, the Nationals are going to catch them. So, in other words, on July 1st, right now, it's not being arrogant to say as a Phillies fan, you're only watching the Padres. You're only worried about the Padres jumping you.
Even then, I'm not really overly worried about them.
So, in other words, with July, August, and September to go, you're already a playoff team.
Yeah.
Barring some like wild disaster of 3 guys go to the DL.
Yeah, yesterday I brought up they're a lock playoff team. That was part of the argument I made yesterday.
I mean, it's a lock. By the end of July, the Phillies may be such a lock that they could be sitting in first place.
Yeah.
If this Braves slide continues.
Yeah, the question is how high can they get and how much does that seeding actually matter and how do you balance that with the trying to get to the postseason with the healthiest, best rested team that you could possibly deliver. But I'm wearing my Red October hat today from this past year.
Are?
That didn't go
Yes,
too well, but
it did not.
We're going to have more Red October hats this year. They're going to be in the playoffs.
Now, I was a little surprised that Connor had his Red October hat on because I see Austin roll in this morning. I see Rod Mania roll in this morning, or the Worm, as he's called on Middays with Marks. I can't call you the Worm.
I don't like that.
You're such a charming, nice guy. I can't call you the Worm. Rod Mania, I see the USA pride. Austin comes in smiling with his USA on, just smiling. I see you just all excited with it, Rodman, with the USA tonight. Tonight, it's a seminal event for United States soccer. This is a big event. This is an event where it's summertime, so you're not worried about kids going to bed. Everybody will be around the TVs. Everybody's going to be excited for this. I'm so excited to see what happens tonight.
Yeah, I can't wait. Now, the only reason I don't have gear on is because I don't have gear. I think the most American thing I
You have no American gear?
I think the only thing I've got is a USA hockey sweater. If you check the weather, it's a little warm for that these days.
Even for you, who likes to sweat.
And I think I've got like a Miller Lite American flag tank top. And I didn't think that was appropriate for air this morning. Nobody wants to see the arms out. So, no, I don't have a jersey. I have an old U.S. men's national team jersey from like the early 20-teens that does not remotely fit me anymore. So I'm also not wearing that.
Connor, Rodman, can we agree that Connor wears a lot of clothes that don't remotely fit him?
Yeah, you could have maybe make it a crop top or something. Like you're sitting down. It's not like people are going to see it on camera.
I'm not doing that.
All
Come
right,
on, boys.
Okay, after tonight, are we voting? Hey, Austin, we need a vote from you, too, so you got to chime in here to make sure you know. I say Connor cuts the sleeves off tomorrow morning. It's suns out, guns out.
I'm in.
If USA wins tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, we can do that. We can go tank top tomorrow.
Go tank top tomorrow, and Austin's in on it.
All right.
Austin's in on it.
I got to hit the gym
I think it's
today,
got to
too.
be. It's got to be, so you got to get that pump up. So make sure you're ready to go. I'm just so excited because, to me, and this is something, and I want this offered because it was a discussion, a debate that I get into yesterday with some of my buddies about Team USA playing tonight. And I just want people to be honest. And it's like, look, I am so excited for tonight. I don't want a lot of distraction tonight. I really want to enjoy this moment. But Team USA playing tonight, be honest. And this is going to be our poll question today. Are you watching tonight because you love soccer, or you're watching tonight out of national pride? Because I will tell you, I am watching out of my first. What are you watching for? The number one reason you're watching. And I'm watching because it's the United States of America. I'm watching because it's our national team. It's one of the reasons why I watch Olympic stuff that I don't even give a damn about. And I don't pay that much attention to the Olympics. I've been paying much more attention to this. I'm not watching because of a love of soccer. I've watched some of these soccer matches, and I got to tell you, I'm nodding off. I'm just being honest. I watched, and these are some of the good teams. I watched France last night. I tried to say, I'm going to watch France because USA down the line could play France. Everybody's told me how great France is, and one of my buddies was lecturing me yesterday about, dude, you got to watch France.
They're unbelievable.
I watched France last night, and it looked, am I right to say, is it wrong to say men versus boys, that matchup?
No, that's not wrong.
I mean, they looked so technically sound, but that was boring as hell.
I thought that was an exciting game, and that's
exciting.
Yeah.
What was exciting about it?
The way that France just dominates another team, the way that they move the ball, the way that they are able to connect passes, the dribbling by Mbappe in the box. I mean,
yeah, no. I agree with you. If you're saying that, I agree with you completely. That I was intrigued as a novice, and I'm saying this as a novice, and I'm not ripping the game. I'm just saying to you, as a novice who wants to be enthused about it, I'm watching it and I'm going, damn, that team looks so technically sound. They seem to know whenever that ball moved, there had already been somebody who had anticipated the move and they knew where to go. I was amazed. I thought it was a thing of beauty. Like I thought when someone says the beautiful game.
That wasn't entertaining to you?
No, because the competition sucks.
Well, let's hope you're not entertained by tonight's game.
No, I don't want that. But to me, be honest, Connor, be honest. The number one reason you're watching tonight, is it because it's USA or because it's you love soccer?
Now, I enjoy the game. I've watched some crappy Premier League matches where Liverpool was playing some team near the bottom of the table and they draw 0-0, and I woke up at 7 a.m. hungover for it, and it's just not fun for anybody. I enjoy soccer, but tonight, I'm watching for national pride.
It's
That's
national
the number one
pride.
reason for me.
Okay. I got buddies who are soccer zealots. A few of them. Not many, but a few of them. And they were getting on me going, you're totally demeaning Team USA by saying that. I'm like, I'm not. I think the majority of people who are watching tonight, in fact, I would almost go vast majority, are not watching because they love soccer. They're watching because they love their country, and they want to see people representing their country succeed. Rodman?
I think for me, if there was an option, I would choose both. But that's just
you can't do both.
I know I can't do both.
This is big boy world.
I'm choosing that I love soccer because I grew up playing the beautiful game. I grew up playing.
Well, was it beautiful when you played it?
That's up to debate. The film has been deleted off of that. If you want to go that way.
And there was film, so it's like the old days.
Yes, there was film at one point. I mean, having some connection, I feel like, to this area with some of the players that are locally. I never played, to my knowledge, against any of them, but I played at the same tournaments as some of them. And seeing them grow up, I love the game. I used to go watch Christian Pulisic at other tournaments. I knew who he was at 15, 16 years old. I've watched 75% of this World Cup probably on my own as well.
You've been very active talking about it.
Yes.
You love it. And anything I need to know about the tournament, I have gone to you.
Yes.
I have asked you first.
And this is probably one of my favorite sports up there with football, I would say. It is soccer. I watch the Premier League every Saturday and Sunday morning.
How do you think this poll will come out today?
I think it's, and rightfully so, I think it should be national pride. I'm watching with both today. I'm choosing I love soccer because this is what I grew up doing. This is what I grew up watching and loving. But I think it will come out national pride because
substantially national pride, correct?
Yes, because it's so much bigger than just that you love soccer. It doesn't matter if you like soccer or not. To me, I think this is going to be the most watched U.S. soccer game in the U.S. history.
See, now I don't know if we can trust Sean Rodman, because if Bosnia plays like great communicative defense and scores a banger in like the 90th minute and wins, he might be like, wow, that was an awesome moment of soccer.
Well,
I'm okay.
Like last night.
Team USA
I would be
losing.
heartbroken and disheveled tomorrow.
Like, it's weird. It's like last night when I'm watching France, and I'm telling you, novice eyes, I don't know the game 25% of what Rodman knows. I'm watching France because I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to be into the World Cup and everything. I was bored silly with the match. I was amazed at France. But I was bored silly because I'm like, this team shouldn't be on the field with that team. It was like watching I'm turning off. If the Jacksonville Jaguars are playing the Kansas City Chiefs and losing 35-0, I'm not watching.
Right, I feel you.
I felt the same way watching last night.
Yeah.
I was watching vintage Chiefs versus a bad team in the NFL, and I'm going, why am I watching this?
I get that. You can like some styles of games
Right.
more than others. Here's the bottom line for tonight and how big this game is for the country being a home World Cup.
Sure.
This is like living on Broad Street and not being a football fan. And the Eagles have a Super Bowl parade. And you're like, nah, I'm just going to stay in my apartment. Pull the shades down. You're going to go outside, whether you're a football fan or not, because there is a party on your doorstep that everybody else is in on.
It's going to be a big one tonight.
And that's what I need people in on, whether you like soccer or not.
There are two names that Connor Thomas does not want to hear about in free agency for the Sixers. And they went and got somebody yesterday. The Sixers signed D. Wade, if you were sleeping. The Sixers got D. Wade. Could LeBron be next? Hey, it's next on Kincade Salciunas here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Yancey makes his first free agency move. I'm Sean Rodman, and according to multiple reports, the Sixers are adding former Cavs forward Dean Wade on a 4-year, $39 million contract. Wade's 6'9" frame will most likely slide into the starting lineup next to Joel Embiid. Last year, Wade started 36 games for the Cavs, averaging over 40% from three in those games. Wade is most known for his defensive attributes. Phillies beat the Pirates last night, 8-0. Cristopher Sanchez went 7 scoreless innings. He did not allow a single run, and despite being seen with a cut on his finger early in the game, Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Sanchez's cut on his finger and his performance.
I mean, it was a scratch, but I think he's impressive enough. Obviously, he sets the tone tonight for us, attacking the zone, heading the count, all that, right? And I think that's obviously something we needed tonight.
Safe to say Mattingly doesn't sound too concerned with the scratch. Phils are back in action tonight against the Pirates with a pitching matchup between Zach Wheeler and Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 6:40. Team USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight in the round of 32. Kickoff is at 8. Adam Schefter joins us at 8 a.m. today as well. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, Connor's
This hour
laughing
of
and
Kincade
smiling.
Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
There you go.
Now
Did
I'm
it.
laughing and smiling even more.
I was laughing and smiling at you. You're bouncing around. I like it.
Yeah, we were geeking out in the back, talking with the boys a little bit.
You're geeking out about Team USA?
No.
No?
Not exactly. We were just having some slice of life conversation that is probably not appropriate for the air. But the guys are in a good mood today. Everyone's fired up for this game tonight.
I love the energy of this because I love events.
I agree.
I love events. And I love events that cause people to I find too much of life today very divisive. And I love it when people just sort of shut up about all their little partisan crap in life and just say we're all together and we all get along and everybody just enjoys each other.
Yeah.
We go out and have a good time. All your neighbors, who are usually ranting on Facebook about what they hate about the world, that all of a sudden tonight everybody's friends.
It's also great for
Plays out.
Philadelphia sports fans because the thought process, the ideal world for a Philadelphia sports fan, I think, is that you're only friends with Eagles fans and you only hang out with people who root for the teams that you root for. Reality is, I went to school down in Maryland. I got friends who are Washington fans, Baltimore fans. I've
Sure.
got friends that are Boston fans. My family is Minnesota. This is a night, one of the rare times where I can talk to those guys and we're all on the same side. It's not your team sucks. It's we're all pulling in the same direction, which is really nice for a change. I like that. I like talking trash as much as the next guy, but having the whole country on the same side,
I love it.
It's a beautiful thing.
I love it. It just is, to me, it's a positive energy. It's exciting. I'm glad that it's the week of the semi-quincentennial. That sort of, to me, is a great thing to be able to have. And the poll question is up. The number one reason you watch Team USA tonight. Is it out of national pride or is it I love soccer? I'll be anxious to see how this turns out. You predict it will turn out how?
I think it's going to be
By the
national pride.
Do you have a guess on percentage of which way
I'm
it is?
guessing at the end of the day, national pride will be 75-25.
Well, right now, national pride is 80 to 20%.
Okay, I'm guessing 75-25 at the end. And the thing is, again, this is not meant as a slam on soccer. It is more meant as a affirmation of what you said, what you just said. Everybody tonight, I guarantee you, if I was in the borough tonight, out in Westchester, every bar, everything, it'll be Team USA. It'll be USA colors everywhere. Everybody will be out and about, and everybody will be unified.
Doesn't hurt that you have a side dish of Zach Wheeler, Paul Skeens
that's
at
not
the
bad
bank
either.
tonight. So you gotta have some versatility in your watching. We'll talk about that later.
And as is that it's many times, as Rodman could attest, walking in the borough on a normal night, finding everybody all on the same page about life and about things is very rare. Probably in the borough. So this is great. I love these kind of nights. Connor, though, wants the Sixers to be serious about free agency. And last night, they went out and signed D. Wade.
They did.
Well, what did they do?
Wade.
Dean Wade. Now, I've got to tell you, I knew who he played for. I didn't know his game.
Yeah.
I knew who he played for, so I knew where the player came for. But when I heard they signed Dean Wade, I said, okay, What's he do? I knew nothing about a 5-point-a-game guy. Tell me why this free agent signing means something for the Sixers.
So when he first broke into the league with Cleveland, he was a guy they needed more of a bit of a scoring punch. That went away when they acquired James Harden because there's just not enough opportunity to really shoot the basketball if you're not one of the two guards on that Cleveland team or like the guys that they have, their main dudes. So he has the ability to score a little bit, but where he's really important is he has a versatile defensive wing that can play the four. And the Sixers need more of those guys. You need somebody with a true skill set at the wing, and for him, he's an underrated defender. He can space the floor enough where you can't just like leave him in the corner. He's not going to be a in the 20s 3-point percentage guy. He's going to be in the mid-30s, which is not, you're not burning down the gym doing that. But it's enough that you have to respect the shot. But when you come down the other side of the ball, you have a big-bodied guy, 6'9", that can defend other wings, and that's something the Sixers have been looking for.
Team defense got better overnight.
Yes, it did.
That, to me, is something that I really do enjoy, especially, too, when you talk about when we go back to draft night. The Sixers are becoming a better defensive team.
They need to be.
They needed to be big time. But right now, this is giving them better length, right?
Yes, it is.
Giving them better length. It's giving them better defense, team defense. These are key sort of components. He's 28?
29.
29. Okay. I mean, so you're still getting some viable years out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just a steady the bench guy. I'd be surprised if he starts on this team. Like, that would mean that they miss some other opportunities in free agency, but he's a guy that can come off the bench and defend another wing scorer for a good team, and that's something that you can't have enough of in the modern NBA.
Jacob Moreno of 76ers on SI will join us at 8:30 today to talk a little bit about what the Sixers are sort of doing and how this thing comes together. See, now I was thinking is, what does this mean for the Sixers roster and otherwise? This means Quentin Grimes is packed and gone, or did it mean that Kelly Oubre was gone?
You can still bring back Kelly Oubre.
Because you got to solve – I want the bike thing solved before Kelly Oubre leaves.
I don't think it's ever going to be, but
It's got to be solved.
Kelly Oubre can come back still. I mean, technically there's probably a way you could do both of those guys, but it means one of them is probably going to be a casualty of not wanting to go into a higher apron of luxury tax. So with that, one of those dudes is not going to be back. And we already assumed that they were going to make some type of change there. I'm not tied to either of those guys.
Either one of them to you is movable, right?
Exactly, because Kelly Oubre doesn't fit the window, and Quentin Grimes hasn't showed me enough. Now, if I had to pick, I would pick Quentin Grimes. The Sixers still need another guard or two that is actually playable in an NBA game, and he's younger. So, to me, there's more of a chance that there's some different ceiling there that we don't see. I know who Kelly Oubre is. He's the better player than Quentin Grimes right now. But if you want to take a shot on like a 26-year-old guy developing a little bit more, that I think would be the better gamble. But we'll see what Mike Gansey does.
Okay, I'm shocked you say that. So now as I look at my notes, I'm shocked. Because I was going to say to you, I think they're keeping the wrong guy. I think they should keep Quentin Grimes.
I agree with you.
And I think he'd be cheaper, right?
Yeah, there's a reason he's got the Storm drink commercial or whatever that is that he's on that everyone's noticed. Somehow Quentin Grimes got a main commercial. I think it's just an age thing. You play the long game because you're building for the future, I think is the right way to handle this.
Right. That's why I don't understand. The book is written on Kelly Oubre, right?
Yeah.
Except for the bike accident. That'll never be written. The greatest mystery ever. No cameras anywhere. The book's written. I know what Kelly Oubre is.
Right. But he is a nice player, and he's one who can help the upside of the team in the immediacy.
But couldn't you, if you let Kelly Oubre walk and you bring back Quentin Grimes, can't you find something with the money that you could do to replace Kelly Oubre?
Yeah, the tough thing you got to balance, though, is then you're deficient in wings, and if you're going to take a shot in the dark at another wing that may or may not work, because you're not going to go get another, like, proven guy with the cap space that the Sixers have, you might hit a spot this year where, I'm going to say it again, Johnny. Don't kill me for this.
Oh, boy.
The team might be, like, a little bit healthier than we normally expect them to be.
They could be. They could be.
They might be looking pretty darn good, and you say, hey, we're one wing away, and it'd be really nice to have a proven veteran NBA player rather than a guy you're taking a shot on building. But that's for the people who still believe they have a chance to contend. And I'm not 2 feet in that camp.
What do you think they'd have to give Oubre? 2 years?
I imagine he'd
3
get
years?
more than the veteran minimum on the open market.
I mean, 2 years, 3 years? I don't want to go 3 years with Kelly Oubre.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I would assume 2 to 3 years.
I don't want to go 3. I really don't. I want Quentin Grimes not to go. I think he's one of those guys that we're going to say, wow, why didn't we keep him? Down the line, I think that he would have been a nice guy to keep.
Well, that's every single Sixer ever. So every time somebody leaves this organization, it seems like they find their place on a deep playoff team. But that's neither here nor there. I'm with you, though. I think it's just an age thing, and you're taking a better gamble.
I'm shocked you said that, though, because I wrote it down, and I was like, okay, I thought you'd disagree with me. But that to me is just one of those guys getting away. I'm a little concerned about. Little concerned.
Yeah,
I don't think it'll kill
I would actually go Oubre. I would bring Oubre back over Grimes because I think you're going to have to find someone on a cheaper deal to kind of fill one of their voids still, technically, I guess, off the bench. And I think it would be easier to find another guard, whether it be a trade or another signing, like a vet minimum or something like that, rather than a wing.
The guard market the guard market's probably deeper.
Right. And I would just think it's easier to find that other piece as a guard because I don't think necessarily Quentin Grimes is going to live up to his full potential that he could here because of just minutes and logjam and stuff like that.
That's a great point because you have 3 guards already that you believe are playable. We'll see what Philon is as a rookie. But VJ, Maxey, and now you have a third.
Sure.
Kelly Oubre was a starter on this team last year, so that's a good point by Sean.
The Davis Honda text line's always open for you at 610-632-0975. You can text the show, and you can feel the Davis difference at Davis Honda in Burlington. Really, really great folks. And we have some people chiming in this morning, Rod Mania.
Yeah, no name from this person, but going into our last conversation about watching the USA game, whether it's for national pride or for the love of the game, and this person saying, I'm watching because I've recently gotten into soccer. My son has really been into it, and we went to the France-Iraq game, some of the games that have gone on into penalty kicks, and it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it has been, I know that I will leave this World Cup a bigger soccer fan.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
I'm leaving this World Cup a bigger soccer fan. I have said to myself, I've said to Rodman, who's on tonight? Or when do they play again? What's the game again? Like, I don't remember doing that ever.
Yeah, my stance on
I'm more into it.
My stance for anybody who's not like a big soccer guy, I've never been a person where I think it's cool to not like things. Now, if you don't like
you are not a yuck someone's yum person.
No,
that's not
I'm
you.
also not a, I don't like this and I'm proud I don't like it.
Right.
Like
I don't care what you don't like.
Yeah, it's okay if soccer's not your thing. But there are plenty of people for years who have been like, that sport stinks. I hate it. And it's part of their, sports fan personality that sport isn't good enough for them. You have enough interest in you.
You're not a gatekeeper. You're like, everybody come on board.
You can
enjoy it.
5, 6, 7 sports. It doesn't mean you have to love them like the Eagles, but you can enjoy things. It's okay, people.
I'm with you, Connor. The more people that want to get in and start watching soccer.
Be a front runner, get in.
Or even if it's just Team USA, join the club.
All right, here's where we go. Here's something that I hate about sports. And it's something that's going to happen tonight. And I need to talk to Rodman about it. I need to talk to Austin about it. And I need to talk to Connor about it. Some sports fans love tonight. I can't stand it for a reason. I'll tell you why. We'll discuss it next. Kincade Salciunas. Andrew on a little vacation this week on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I should have told Austin I'm going to need him in here at some point. Could have set up the camera, so he'll figure it out. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic. Connor in for Andrew, who's vacationing down the beach. He's very proud of the way that he was able to get everything down to the beach yesterday. It looked like a survivalist.
Yeah, bringing a kid to the beach is not an easy task.
All the toys, everything that he had set up, but he got it done. Rodman's in for Connor, and then Austin's here, so it's good. There are so many good. We were talking about the U.S. soccer match tonight, and the poll question of the day, brought to you by Dr. Avidan Appel, is the number one reason you watch Team USA tonight. Number one. And Dr. Avidan Appel keeps that poll going strong for 4 hours. And, Sean, early on, the returns looking good, right?
Yeah, early on in the returns, we had National Pride leading and still leading, but a tick down, actually. Closer to your guess, John. National Pride at 77% to I Love Soccer at 23%.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see how it turns. That's what I figured. I figured like 3 out of 4
I'd
is going to be National Pride. And I think it's great. I don't care why you're watching.
Yeah.
Just watch.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
Watch. Enjoy it. Hang out with your buddies and everything like that, and make it a good time tonight.
They better deliver. That's all I'm going to say. They better damn well deliver.
You don't win over Bosnia?
Yeah, well.
For God's sakes.
We saw them lose out on qualifying for a World Cup to Trinidad and Tobago. So stranger things have happened. Bosnia also the side that knocked Italy out of World Cup contention for this year's tournament. So they've knocked off some interesting countries.
Okay, well, here's the one thing is that there's so much I love about tonight, but there's something that I hate. And when I say hate, it's with a capital H. I hate the fact that tonight we have the great World Cup soccer match where the USA is trying to get into soccer's version of like the Sweet 16. So what do they call the Sweet 16 in soccer?
Round of 16.
Round of 16. I like Sweet 16 better. Like basketball.
They don't brand everything for international
they
soccer
don't.
like we do here.
Well, FIFA tries to put money on everything else. I'm surprised that they don't. But I want to so concentrate on USA soccer tonight, but we got Skeens and Wheeler. And also this pulls into the conversation. It's one of the reasons why I wanted Austin to come in, is Austin's going to see Skeens Wheeler, which I absolutely got to turn his mic up. We absolutely I would love to be, I wanted to go down tonight. But I wouldn't because I want to watch the soccer match.
I'm the same way. That's why I'm not going to be in the ballpark tonight.
I mean, I can't give up the opportunity of free tickets to go down to the ballpark and watch two of the top pitchers in Major League Baseball at this point in time.
I mean, Skeens Wheeler's one that it's one you'll talk about. You could always witness something special when those two guys are on the mound.
Yeah, well, for me personally, yes, I have my USA Soccer jersey on, but I'm not an individual that has been always soccer. If I knew more about the game, if I followed the game more, I would absolutely been, boom, I'm in it, ready to go. Not going to do anything else. But the opportunity to go down and watch Paul Skeens and Zach Wheeler in person, and I know it's probably annoying, but I also have a cell phone to where if I really need to, quote, keep tabs onto the game, I can keep tabs on the game. Our boy Nate Tennyson did it before.
Negative Nate did?
Yeah, he went down to some time. I think he was at the Union game, and he had the Flyers game on his phone when they were in the playoffs.
Now, that'll stress me out more. I can't be doing that.
I can't do. You see, I can't do that. That's the next thing that I hate.
Yeah.
I don't like the split attention. I certainly cannot put something on a phone and watch it.
I agree with you.
I can't watch it on a phone. And it's Game 4 of the World Series. Game 5 of the World Series. The Phillies go up against the Astros after being no hit in Game 4. The Phillies were playing the Phillies are playing the Houston Texans.
The Eagles, yeah.
The Eagles, excuse me.
Yeah.
Eagles playing Houston Texans.
It was that Thursday night, right?
And it was the Thursday night game. And I'm going, wait a minute here. I'm at the Phillies game, Game 5 of the World Series, but I'm anxious because the Eagles are playing too, and every Eagles game matters.
I had friends do the opposite. I had two sets of friends go down to Houston for the Eagles game, and then they were propping up the Phillies game, World Series. Yeah. I was at a wedding watching that same World Series. When I
wait a minute, you watched Rob Thompson take Wheeler out, or
no?
did you watch?
I forget when I forget which game it was. It might have been that. It might have been game one.
Saturday night
Yes.
was the night they took Wheeler
Yes,
out.
it was Saturday night because the wedding was that night.
Friday night was the night that JT game one.
Yeah.
When JT helped them win game one.
Yeah, no. So I mean, look, is it something that I'm always going to do? No, but listen, John, I don't make much money these days. So when I go ahead and get the opportunity to get some free tickets and it's potentially 2 Hall of Fame starting pitchers, I'm going to go down there. I'll keep tabs on the game, and I'm also going to be probably around several other people around me that are going to be telling me, yo, what's going on with the USA game? Because there's going to be more than just me down there at the ballpark that's going to be keeping tabs on the game.
Okay, how do you tell somebody, you're sitting next to me, or Rodman, you pulled this one off for us here. I'm watching Skeens Wheeler.
Yep.
You're watching USA Soccer on your phone.
Okay.
You can't tell me what's going on, though. USA has the ball. They're kicking it to each other. Yeah, we still have possession. Whereas, like, if somebody was doing duel and it was the Phillies and the Eagles, you could say, okay, Eagles got the ball. They're up 7, 1st and 10 at the 40. Soccer, someone can't tell you from their phone and give you any idea about what's going on, right?
I would disagree.
What? What could you tell me?
I mean, you could say, like,
that I'm going to
okay,
understand.
McKinney
That the
passes
average
it to
fan's going to understand.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it would go more into detail. You'd probably have to know the players a little bit better. Like, oh, McKinney passes it to Adams across. They're trying to switch the play to the left to the right side, the far side. Pulisic tries to take on 2 defenders, splits the 2, beats one, takes it to the byline.
No, you don't even need play-by-play. You can just say,
play-by-play.
hey, it's 0-0. USA's in the attacking third right now. They might have a chance here. I'll tell you if they score.
See,
That's all I need.
See, an Eagles
That's
game.
all I need.
It's more of a play-by-play than a being like, okay, yeah, they've possession in the final third. They've been on the counterattack or something.
Eagles, I can fill you in and go, Eagles first and goal. Eagles first and goal, up 7-0. Like, that's like, you can tell soccer.
They have that in soccer.
But nobody can fill you
You got
in.
a free kick in a dangerous spot. You're up 1-0. It's the same thing.
But the most of the time it isn't. 80% of that game is going to be they kicked it to each other. Yeah, they got possession. Come on.
Well, yeah, you're not giving updates every second then.
There's nothing.
If you want to watch it, watch it. If not, you're going to know when they score or when they have a chance to score.
By the way, you're going to melt.
I'll
You're
get
going to
the
melt tonight.
Well, I'll be all right. It's the girlfriend that might be the one that's a little overheated. But listen, we'll get through it.
Well, you don't have
It'll
to
be
bring
fine.
that into it.
Nah,
Good
hey,
for you.
You know, it's what I do best around here sometimes,
That's the
John.
case. Good job, Austin. I can't even imagine. It's going to be so damn hot.
My nephew's going tomorrow. He's got tickets tomorrow.
It's the camp day.
And he's he's section 104, like row 4
they're
or
going to
5.
melt. They're going to melt. We're going to have little kids melting.
Good luck, Peyton.
Peyton. Man, there were no kids named Peyton like 50 years ago.
Named after Peyton Manning.
I figured.
That's my guy.
Hey, the Phillies face a fireballing challenge on the hottest day of 2026. Are they going to answer the bell? Connor has potential doubts. We'll talk about it as the 7 a.m. hour begins. It's Kincade Salciunas and crew here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Kinsey adds a familiar face. I'm Sean Rodman. According to multiple reports, the Sixers are adding former Cavs forward Dean Wade to a 4-year, $39 million contract. Wade will most likely slide into the starting lineup alongside Joel Embiid. Last year, Wade started 36 games for the Cavs, averaging 40% from 3 in those games. Phillies beat the Pirates last night 8-0 behind Cristopher Sanchez and Justin Crawford. Sanchez went 7 scoreless innings, only allowing 3 hits and 2 walks with 9 strikeouts, lowering his season ERA to 2.00 in the process. Crawford went 3 for 3, and he is now batting .375 over his last 18 games. Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Crawford's performance.
Craw's been, for me, getting better and better, making adjustments to this level. Really hit a backdoor breaking ball, it looked like, and just shot it down the line. So I wouldn't call it a nubber, but obviously just a big at bat, and then all night long, a really good night.
Phils are back in action tonight against the Pirates with a pitching matchup between Zach Wheeler and Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 6:40. Team USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight in the round of 32. Kickoff is at 8. And this update's brought to you by Mattress Firm. Need better sleep? Let Mattress Firm sleep experts match you with the perfect bed at the 4th of July sale. They make sleep easy. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Intelligent and honest conversation. Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It's the 7 o'clock hour on what is expected to be the hottest day of the year. Hot. And I got a club championship match today.
Good luck.
It's a 5-12, and I'm the 5. Now, last year I was a 4-13 matchup, and I was the 13. So in 1 year, post-cancer, I got my game improved and everything, so I moved up they break it into 4 groupings, so there's 4 different flights. I'm in the 3rd grouping. So I'm below the halfway point, but I was the 5 seed. But I got to take on a tough man, from what I understand.
Oh, good luck, man. Hopefully you win it.
I got Joe Finneran. So I don't know if anyone out there knows Joe Finneran, but hopefully he doesn't have his A game today. Last year it was a 4-13, and I lost on the 17th hole.
Well, hey, you gave it a good run.
Yeah, it was a 13, but now it's a 5-12. What always happens in the 5-12?
A little upset action.
It's always the worst. It's always the worst upset, right?
Yeah, usually it's one of the more common ones.
So on the bracket, and I've already said, is that now I have to have my matches. So if I win, I got to up my match and play my next match quickly because I'm going to be exiting town.
Yeah.
So I have to deal with this heat,
Oh,
which
good
isn't
luck.
fair. So we'll see what happens.
I love
with
the
it
heat.
today. Yeah, I know you love it. I'm gonna be mentally fragile as always out there in the heat. Hey, Paul Skeens pitches tonight, and it's a great opportunity. If you're by the way, a sold-out ballpark tonight, and tickets are looking tough because it's fireworks night too.
Yes.
So it is you got Skeens, you got fireworks night, you have everything going against you tonight if you just wanted to go to the game and I think a lot of people too, maybe people who did go to work this week are starting the 4th of July week, maybe after tonight, because it's going to be awesome. Skeens Wheeler, it's special. But has Skeens been special this year? He's not been special.
He hasn't had his best year, but the stuff is still incredible. I mean, and he's set such a high bar.
He's a 3.10 ERA. That's still really good.
Yeah.
But Paul Skeens has not been the pitcher he was last year. The strikeouts are there.
No, and you can't expect him every year to be this lock Cy Young guy. That's just not how baseball works. He was 196 in 2024, 197 last year, which led all Major League Baseball. But
so he's up over 50%.
Yeah. He's still got 114 strikeouts in 93 innings. He's still going to strike out a bunch of dudes tonight. The interesting thing from the Phillies' perspective on this is they had a chance a couple weeks ago in Milwaukee to face the Miz, Jacob Mizorowski. And how'd
they do, Connor?
Well, they didn't get perfect gamed, even though they were very close to it. So I guess that's a good thing.
They looked horrible.
They did.
They looked horrendous.
Yeah, and that high-level velocity, the top-level pitchers in the National League, you haven't really seen the Phillies take full advantage of that yet this year. And we had the conversation earlier about potentially stat padding against lesser teams. They are in an easier portion of their schedule. But to me, one of the things in the back of my mind, it's not so much can they beat good baseball teams, but can they beat high-level pitching is a fair question for this team with what we've seen so far. You don't get many opportunities. That's a weird thing. It's not like every week you're going to get the chance to see this level of pitcher. It might be a month before they see another guy that's as good as Paul Skeens is. So with that, this is going to be a lasting memory for people who think about October and think about the aces you're going to face as you try and make your way through the playoffs. I need to see the Phillies check that box. I'm not saying hang 5 or 6 on him, but we've seen them get to Skeens before. I want to see it again tonight.
Well, that's where I say is that, to me, these are the kind of pitchers you face in October. So tonight, it's sort of like when they say in the commercial for SEC football, it just means more. Tonight means more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tonight means more. Tonight will make me go, how viable are the Phillies in October? This will be one of those. Now, it's not an end-all, be-all discussion, but it will make me say, okay, how much do I believe that this club can turn it on? Are they a good club? Good club. Can they do it? I'm going to learn a lot about them tonight against Skeens.
Yeah, and they're on a heater right now, too. They had the second most runs per game in all of baseball in the month of June. It is now the start to July, so this is a great time. It's like you finish the course. Here's your final exam for what was a great month of June for the offense. If you go out and he shoves against you, I'm not going to lose my mind, right? Because it's Paul Skeens. He can do that to anybody. But if you go out and you put together good at bats and put the bat on the baseball, unlike what you did in Milwaukee, and you look like you can beat this level of pitching, that is just like the cherry on top of the sundae that was the month of June. I think that should make Phillies fans feel real confident about where this offense is heading as we get into like the moving months of the season.
So you sort of you didn't pussyfoot around it there, but I mean, what do you expect to see?
I expect them to get 2, maybe 3 off of Paul Skeens tonight over probably 7 innings worth of work.
Because they have been on, as you say, the Phillies have been on a roll.
Yeah, I don't.
They're on a roll. They have been playing really, really well, and they look like a team that has they look like a team that has a plan.
Yeah,
which is nice to see.
Yeah, their approach to the plate has been much, much better, especially in this recent stretch. Washington in the late innings of those games, the 2 wins in New York against the Mets were a little bit less so. But what you've seen, even in the Game 1 loss, they scored 7 runs. Like, they're putting together much better at bats, and they're being much more patient than what you've seen. Now, that doesn't help you with Skeens. He's only got 20 walks all year, so you're not going to be able to create offense by just standing up there and letting him put you on. And that's where I think tonight you've got to be a little bit more aggressive. When you have a guy that's in the zone a lot with really good stuff, you're going to see a lot of early swings, or you should, from the Phillies tonight. And that's something that has gotten them into trouble in the lesser parts of the season. So can you be a versatile baseball team? Anyone could go out against the Nationals bullpen who's going to walk like 2 guys an inning and say, okay, we're going to stand up there, get into run-scoring opportunities, then we need 1 hit. What is different is changing your approach based on who you face, which has been a problem for them in the postseason. We'll see if they can do it tonight.
Zach Wheeler on the mound, too, and we spent a lot of time talking about Skeens, but Zach Wheeler has been incredible. What he's done, I think Sanchez got it down to 2 last night. I think he got his ERA down to 2. And we're talking about 2 guys at the top of the rotation that are just, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what Wheeler and Sanchez are doing for this Phillies club.
You know what's funny? Because, yes, Christopher Sanchez is exactly at a 2 ERA.
It is 2.
Zach Wheeler way higher at a 2.03 ERA
What
this
a
year.
bum. What a bum.
You know what's weird with the whole Zach Wheeler thing? Like, Christopher Sanchez has had the higher ceiling of the duo this year. That 50 2/3 scoreless streak, one of the best marks in baseball history. Like, that puts him above
like
Wheeler
fourth, yes.
for ceiling. But if you ask me, more consistent pitcher this year, guy that I trust more, I'd probably go with Zach Wheeler right now because he's gotten there by being more consistent. He hasn't really had the I'm going to give up 5 in this random start once every month and a half, which I'm not knocking Sanchez.
Well,
for.
Sanchez has only had 2 or 3 of those, right?
How many has Wheeler had?
No, but I mean, as far as like what he's had is like 2 or 3 of those. I know he had the 1-6 game. He had the 1 4 earned run game. I'm trying to remember. I know he had a 6 game.
Yeah,
that really wasn't any good.
The San Francisco game way back, which actually led into that scoreless inning streak. But when you look at what Zach Wheeler's done this year, as far as the earned runs are concerned, he hasn't given up more than 4 in a game.
Yeah, he's been
that
incredible.
4 was to the Los Angeles Dodgers, who we know what their lineup is. He's been more consistent than Christopher Sanchez has been, which, again, you're splitting hairs between 2 great pitchers. But if you ask me right now, and it's way too early for Game 1 October conversation, I think there's a talk about who you're giving the ball to in Game 1.
Well, Game 1 October conversation, you'd have to go Wheeler?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, it's way too early. Again, it's way too early. We're just spitballing stuff.
But the fact that we're having that conversation shows you how good both of them have been.
But you'd have to go Wheeler, right?
It depends on the matchup. It depends on who's in the lineup.
Well, you'd have 2 games at home. Let's say it was a wild card series where you're going to have all 3 games at home. It doesn't matter who pitches Game 1, Game 2, right?
I'm going Sanchez Game 1 in the wild card series. That would be different for me.
Why? Would you be thinking in case you lost Game 1, you have Wheeler coming back?
Yeah, he's more stable, and Sanchez has the higher ceiling. So that would be the case. But if you need something where you got to go steal a game on the road, I might go Wheeler first. And that's something that's all matchup dependent.
Yeah, hopefully they would not be a road game. Hopefully they wouldn't have a road game in the wild card. They don't end up having to play like the Cubs in a road series in the wild card.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Anything like that. But
I think who you choose going 1 or 2, depending on, I think, minus the wild card series if you're in that, because then you're kind of going into the wild card series, but would be who your Game 3 starter is.
Well, that would be Jesus Luzardo, right?
Yeah, it's Luzardo.
It's got to be Luzardo, right?
If it's Luzardo, I'm saying, because I know we've had the idea floated around by Anthony Sanfilippo, maybe they add a starter, and then Luzardo could go to the bullpen come playoff time. I think it depends. If Luzardo's the guy, it's a lefty. I think Sanchez goes game one. Maybe you kind of mix up the lefties.
No, I got you.
Can you imagine how pissed off Luzardo would be if he got moved to the bullpen?
Oh, for getting what, 5 years, $130+ million would be.
So you don't.
Extremely pissed off.
I think he would be too.
It depends who it's for. If you were to go out and get Freddie Peralta at the trade deadline, which is not going to happen, but if that was the guy, a pitcher of that level, he'd have to understand, be a team guy. Ranger Suarez went to the bullpen multiple times. That dude was pretty darn good for long stretches.
He did. I just don't. I don't like that. Like, to me, I want Sanchez and Wheeler to be the guys.
Yeah,
I want them to be the guys that it comes down to. So we understand that I saw D Wade getting signed by the Sixers. I was excited because I was thinking, could LeBron be next? And then we see the news that LeBron James is out to create another dream team. I'm like, what year is it? I have to look at, like, I honestly, I'm looking at the calendar going, what year is it? LeBron James, by the way, Dirty Pool. Did you see the Dirty Pool movie did?
No, I didn't.
You see what he did?
No.
In the jobs program for his kid? LeBron James waited till yesterday to tell the Lakers he wasn't coming back. As midnight last night, at midnight of the day before, that guaranteed Bronny's contract with the Lakers.
That's being a good dad.
Dude.
Listen, get your kid paid. Let's go. That's fine.
Get his kid paid. Are you kidding me?
Why not?
Get his kid paid.
If I had the ability, I'd do it too.
His kid has gotten a paycheck in the NBA only because of dad. And I'm a LeBron fan. So, but on this I am not. This is absolutely absurd. Like, this guy does not deserve to be in the NBA. He's in the NBA because daddy got him a position in the NBA. And then dad literally screws over the Lakers by waiting until Bronny's contract is guaranteed and then tells them the very next day, okay, now I'm leaving.
Family over team. I don't know, man. Listen, I can't fault him for the way he handles trying to put his kid in an advantageous situation. I won't give him grief for that. I know a lot of people do. Maybe that makes me soft.
Come on, it's a business.
Sure, and he's trying to.
It's not a family business. This isn't like LeBron's Pizzeria.
I understand.
Where he gives his kid a job. This isn't LeBron's Plumbing, where he says, "Son, I want you to follow in my footsteps." This is he takes a roster spot from the Lakers where now they guarantee his money because he's stupid. And nobody's trading for Bronny James. Bronny James has a game that is G League written all over it. Or what is it still G League?
Yeah, it's G League.
Yeah, G League written all over it. But dad screws him up there. So now he wants to go to the Golden State Warriors, reportedly.
Sounds like it, yes.
That team's going to be old.
They are. And
I mean, old.
I get it. I get why he wants to do that because Steph is on his last legs. And maybe
Draymond.
Yeah, well, Draymond did not sign with them to create space.
But on his podcast,
he's going back.
Yes.
But they don't currently have him under contract, so they can manipulate that. Here's what it is. You've got a young Spurs team in the West that just won the conference. You have a young Thunder team that played a really tight series and won the NBA Finals the year before. And the old guys in the Western Conference are saying, you ever see the Uncle Drew movie?
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. I went to the premiere of it.
That's what they're doing. They're driving around in the van, picking up all the old stars, saying, hey, let's give one more run at the young guys before we hang it up.
This is absolutely absurd.
I kind of like it. I think it's good entertainment.
Whoa. I'm not saying that I won't watch it, but they have no shot. They have no shot.
Probably not.
Spurs Thunder will truck that team.
Probably not, but I've seen like a Steph Curry-led Warriors team make noise in the early rounds of the postseason when people are like, Steph is washed, he can't do it anymore. Now, if you put Steph Curry and LeBron James on a team together and you match up with anybody in the postseason, there is a chance that those two find a way to win. They're two all-time great basketball players.
Rodman, you look like you're actually believing in this.
I think that they could be solid. I'm still not going to take them over without seeing it. I know that they were. Well, I think they'll be much better, the Warriors, if they were to get LeBron. But we've seen the NBA transition to faster play, and we've seen it to younger guys. I don't necessarily think that they're going to be contenders. I think they'll be fun to watch. I mean, you could call them the Golden Girls now. I don't know.
They are. They're the Golden Girls.
We could think of some other nickname, but
they are. They're the Golden Girls.
But at the same time, I don't see them as true contenders just because of what the league is transitioning to. They're transitioning to deeper teams that are faster and younger.
Dave Dombrowski knew this was coming.
Yeah, see? He was right all along.
He wanted to be the Golden State Warriors before the Golden State Warriors really became that old. He was trying to do this. Maybe they're copying him.
Yeah, but they don't have another card to play in Golden State because they're not going to turn their back on Steph and they're not going to turn their back on Draymond until those guys are done playing. So at this point, you're already tied into old. So it's like, hey, why don't we make this our thing?
And you're serious. You're LeBron. You would do that to the Lakers.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You would screw over the Lakers and make them guarantee your son's contract before you and string them along and act like, I might come back. I might come back. Oh, my son's contract's guaranteed. I'm not coming back.
Sure, they're going to pay somebody. Why not my kid?
I mean, I got to respect it. You got
to respect that?
I respect it. Look at Giannis. Giannis just got traded to the Heat, and it's reported that they're not going to bring his brothers in. They're not NBA players. I got to respect LeBron watching out for his kid.
No, you don't have to respect that. What about, I'm telling you this, someday I'm going to see you guys, and it's going to be like, hey, Connor, I'm going to go, hey, the kid got here. My first kid's here. Connor Jr.'s here. Rod Mania Jr.'s here. And I'm going to go to you. I'm going to be disappointed if you say, you know what I'm going to do with my kid? I'm going to just try to fix everything in life for them when they're a grown-ass adult. When they're an adult male, I have to literally fix the world for them and make it so they have jobs.
I don't think Bronny's asking for this, though.
Oh, but get out of here. Get out of here.
At no point has he ever said, like,
oh, no.
I need my dad to give me a job.
Then you know what he would say? I'm not doing it. You can say.
No, he wouldn't. Stop it.
No, you don't have to
John,
say.
are you a good basketball player?
No, I'm not. You've seen it.
If your dad was in the NBA and said, do you want to play for the Lakers? You would say no?
No, what I'm saying to you is you don't have to do it. You don't have to take that route. He took a route. He knows he doesn't belong. He knows he shouldn't be on an NBA roster.
He got drafted by that team.
Because of the fact that Daddy did it.
Right, but he wasn't like saying, I need to be on the Lakers.
And Connor, no. Out of self-respect, absolutely not. Out of self-respect.
Okay,
don't do that. I
would do that a billion times out of a billion.
I would never want that.
If my dad played for the Lakers,
I would never want to be
on the
clowned.
show.
I would never want to be clowned as the guy who's only there because of that.
I don't care. I play for the Lakers.
You'd want to be clowned.
No, I would go out and try to prove that I'm worthy of the
But you're
the
not.
Job.
Nothing's going to change.
Who knows? It could change. I mean, we've seen. Look around other businesses. If you look at Jeffrey Lurie and his son, Julian. Julian, maybe originally, I don't know if he necessarily was going to grow into that role, and clearly he has. We've heard all accounts that he's grown into that role. LeBron isn't the best basketball player, but he can grow into a role of a end of the bench guy.
It's different because Jeffrey Lurie owns the team. This is his son who's going to inherit what Jeffrey Lurie owns. And one thing I'll tell you about Julian has had to work his way up.
I'm not saying he hasn't.
Julian Lurie, Mr. Lurie did not say, here's my son out of the Ivy League. I'm going to give him a cushy corner office job and let him just cruise here. He's the prince. Julian Lurie works for the Eagles. Julian Lurie has had to work and has had to do things in all kinds of different departments to learn the business. Mr. Lurie, I respect the hell out of. And by the way, Julian, I respect Julian too. Because a lot of these silver spoon little kids end up just getting gifted the team. He's learning the business from the ground up and all the different departments too. I admire the hell out of how Jeffrey Lurie does it.
He is. And Bronny, hey, he's learning the G League first. And now he's making it to the league.
You know what Liv got on graduation night? She got the 6-month envelope. You know what the 6-month envelope was? Here's 6 months of your health insurance. Here's 6 months of if you need all the insurance. Here's 6 months of rent. Here's 6 months of everything. Good luck. You graduated college. Good luck, girl. Good luck. Now we're counting on you. It's big girl world now. And now she's kicking ass and taking names. Because, if you don't do that for your kid, you're not doing them any favors.
Yeah, it's different than like being able to. One thing, setting your kid up after graduation versus a spot on the Los Angeles Lakers.
That's what I'm saying is you don't do that. You make them earn it.
Listen.
Oh, my gosh.
It happens around the NBA all the time.
Hey, it's the Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference at Davis Honda in Burlington. Do we have anything, Rodmania?
Yes, we do. This person checking into our Skeens and Wheeler conversation saying, I think that they can get to Skeens. The Phillies already got to them earlier this season. I expect them to again tonight.
I hope you're right.
I hope so, too.
Now, the other thing I would say is when you see a strong performance against a great pitcher, my thought is always, and maybe this is flawed, but this is just kind of how sports work to me, you get them once, they get you once. That would be how I'd look at that. If you're looking back at the previous time you faced
Didn't Wheeler get them, though?
Yeah.
So Wheeler got them, so then they should get Wheeler? So this could be?
That'd be general logic. I mean, it doesn't always play out that way, but just especially for pitchers, because pitchers always have the advantage in any matchup. It's the reason why 300 isn't a thing anymore for batting average, because pitchers are so good. The adjustment that he's going to make from the last time he saw them, I'd be looking at less of an offensive output tonight.
What else we got, Sean?
All right, next up, let's go back to the Dean Wade conversation this person saying, I don't hate the Dean Wade move. He's known as a top defender. He can defend 1 through 5, and he's a stretch 4, which everyone has been clamoring for years. He averages 5 points per game, but let's be honest, he isn't scoring much next to Maxey, Embiid, VJ, and Paul George.
Exactly. Well, by design, he shouldn't have to.
No, this is a guy that you need to look at as if he gets an open three-pointer, can he make it? The answer is yes. Can he defend a lot of positions? The answer is also yes.
I just like that the Sixers now have, it seems like in a matter of 2 years, have now created a team that, dare I say, defense could become a strength.
I wouldn't go that far yet.
Okay, that's too far.
I would not.
That's too far.
You have a couple of guards that aren't elite-level defenders. Tyrese Maxey is trying, but the size is an issue. Phylon's a little bit smaller as well.
But the effort's there.
DJ's smaller.
The effort's there on defense.
Sure, I'll give you effort on defense.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
mean
but
I
you're
can
saying
defend the
you
guy.
don't think it could be a strength then?
No, I don't think they're a strong defensive team yet.
All right, by the way, I could not find pickle juice yesterday. So if you're going to be out in the heat today, they're giving you the warning. So just make sure that you are hydrating and hydrate early. So hydrate early if
You'll
you're going
be
out.
fine. It's not that hot. It's only 100.
Connor loves this stuff.
Yeah, I'll be chilling.
Has this troubled star turned a corner? Connor Thomas thinks he has. He'll make his case next. It's Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Gansey makes his first move in free agency. I'm Sean Rodman, and according to multiple reports, the Sixers are adding former Cavs forward Dean Wade on a 4-year, $39 million contract. Wade's 6'9" frame will most likely slide him into the starting lineup next to Joel Embiid. Wade is mostly known for his defensive attributes, and Jacob Moreno from SA.com will join us at 8:30 on the edition of Dean Wade. The Phillies beat the Pirates 8-0 last night. Christopher Sanchez went 7 scoreless innings, and Don Mattingly spoke postgame on Sanchez's cut that he suffered earlier in the game, as well as his performance.
I mean, it was a scratch, but I think he's impressive enough. Obviously, he sets the tone tonight for us, attacking the zone, heading the count, all that, right? And I think that's obviously something we needed tonight.
Safe to say he doesn't sound too concerned with the scratch. Phils are back in action tonight against the Pirates with the pitching matchup between Zach Wheeler and Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 6:40. Team USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight in the round of 32. Kickoff is at 8, and Adam Schefter joins us at 8 a.m. This update's brought to you by Rosenblum Associates Injury Law. If you've been injured, don't settle for less, because winning means everything. Call Rosenblum and Associates today for free consultation. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Got something to say about Philly sports?
Text us on the Davis.
97.5 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade Salciunas coming your way now.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I didn't step on the mention there. That was nice. I listened to Rodman that time. You didn't tell me the other time, right? You shouldn't have to tell me.
No, I didn't tell you.
But you shouldn't have to tell me. Let's be honest. You shouldn't have to tell me. So it's always good. It's Rodman in for Connor. Connor in for Andrew. It's Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic on an absolutely, what looks like a glorious day outside. And
yeah, it's going to be a nice one.
It's going to be hot. You love the heat.
I do, yes.
Okay, I mean, it's going to be, I mean, it is going to be a nasty day today. Brian says, Brian works outside, and Brian goes in and out of a UPS truck. Brian listens every day, and he says, Connor, who is one of his favorites.
Thanks, Brian.
Can kiss his collective, all of the UPS drivers say Connor can kiss their collective backsides today.
No, thank you. But I appreciate the offer. That's very kind.
He says it is so, those UPS trucks are like ovens.
I respect the hell
like
out of people working outside today. Just because I like it doesn't mean I think it's easy. I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
You didn't say it was easy. You're like, you
no
love
kiss.
the heat.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, he said they are not loving the heat.
Buy me a drink first.
They are not loving the heat. So I could not find pickle juice. I thought I'd be able to find pickle juice.
Buy a jar of pickles and take the pickles out.
So that's what you have to do?
That's what I would assume.
Yeah, I guess. I don't think they just sell pickle juice.
No. In the South, you can buy pickle juice.
You could probably go to a bar and get it or something.
No, in the South, they sell pickle juice. Like you have, it'll be like it's in like, one of those, you ever see when you get like a juice container where it's that sort of heavier plastic?
Okay.
It's
yeah,
where like sort of, it's almost like not the see-through.
Yeah.
And it would be over in like where the vegetables are and everything, and they have pickle juice, and you can buy just pickle juice.
Okay.
I guess it's like a brine because people cook with it.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Everything they use it as a brine, and the people use it in the cookers. So, but I couldn't find it yesterday. I should have just bought a jar of pickles and then
just taking the pickles out.
Rod Maney, are you checking the phone there and getting the Davis Honda text line, or are you checking out the Twitter poll brought to you by Dr. Avidan Appel? What are you looking at?
Well, just a second there ago, I was looking up to see where we could find you some pickle juice, and it looks like one of the local Ballin Kidwood stores, either Acme or the closer Giant or a little bit further Giant in Wynwood, you could get it.
Oh, I could.
It looks like I'm trying to see if it has it in stock, but as of right
maybe
now,
I could
it
do
looks like that you could stop by and get it.
Then maybe have a little pickle juice beforehand.
Do you need pickle juice to play 18 holes of golf?
I don't know.
You're treating it like you're playing for Team USA tonight. I think you'll be fine.
Dude, I do not want to lose as the 5-12 matchup. I don't want to lose.
Crack a beer. It's better for you.
Yeah, well,
yeah, there's electrolytes in there, right?
Yeah, some of them.
Something like
Maybe.
that.
Will Chris open the bar early for me? I know. I'm sure he will. Well, they have to open the bar early because it's earlier, so it's good. You asked if this troubled star had turned a corner, and you say it appears that he has. And the troubled star is somebody that has been on a bit of a heater.
So let me take you back about a month. And I was just randomly scrolling through, doing some research for the podcast. And I was looking at Alex
Locked
Boehm's
On
numbers.
Phillies podcast. Everybody should subscribe.
And ESPN has the breakdown of like the most recent game, the last 7 days versus the opponent, all of these different splits. And I noticed with Alec Boehm, the last 7 days, he had 10 RBIs. And I was like, wow, you know what? It kind of feels like he's been swinging it better. But that's a notable difference. Maybe he is starting to get hot. Well, since that moment, he's been one of the better hitters on the team. And that's something that you got an inkling of from just looking at a good week. I think a good week for a hitter that is somewhat proven at the major league level. And I'd put most of the Phillies in that category, right? Short of maybe Justin Crawford, Derek Hill, Gabriel Rincones Jr., Rafael Marchand. If you've got a guy with multiple years of major league experience that you know where their ceiling is, if you see a good week's worth of games, that counters out easy opponent. That counters out lefty versus righty pitcher most of the time. That counters out most of the time home and away. So let me take a look now at where Trey Turner is at, because he goes yard last night, opposite field. great looking swing from him. He's felt like he's been putting together better at bats. In the last 7 days, he is 11 for his last 32.
Okay, that's wild. That's a great stretch for him.
It is.
It's a great stretch for him.
Now, I'm not saying Trey Turner breakout is here, book it. It's 100% going to happen. But I will tell you that when it happened with Alec Boehm, who I think is a lesser hitter over the course of his career than Trey Turner, I think everyone should agree on that. Like, Boehm has been solid.
I don't think we should have any arguments about that.
When I saw that for him, it turned into, hey, here's where he turned it around. And for how bad Trey Turner has been this season, maybe it's more of an indicator for him because Bowman had a stretch or two before that where it was like, okay, there's flashes there. Trey's shown you nothing. And this has got me thinking. So if Trey Turner is indeed getting closer to the guy he was last year or even the year before, this season just got really, really interesting. Have you seen what this team has done without Trey being a part of it? Like, they have one of the top 5 records in baseball. They're 2.5 out of the division where we thought they couldn't. They've had this monster turnaround. They're 10 games over 500. They scored the second most runs per game in baseball in the last month. Since Don Mattingly took over, they have been one of the better pitching and hitting teams in baseball. And all of this without the guy who's supposed to be your $100 million leadoff guy that was the batting title winner last year. If he turns into what he was last year or the year before, we're starting to talk about like top 2 or 3 team in baseball. And I think we might be seeing the Trey Turner turnaround.
What do you think has been the turnaround?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I mean, but what you watch this closely? You do the Locked On Phillies podcast. What do you observe anything? Do you observe?
It's a funny thing, right? The first place I would look for him is strikeouts. Putting the ball in play with his speed and athleticism is something that you really love to see. Would be an indicator, hey, he's changed something. He's changed an approach. Or maybe an uptick in walks. In those 7 days that we're looking at where he's hitting over 300, the past week, he struck out 8 times. He's got 11 hits, so he's still striking out a good amount, and he's only drawn 1 walk.
Which, by the way, people talk about the strikeouts like with Kyle Schwarber. I don't give a damn.
Not with Schwarber. Turner, I do.
You do more with Turner.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a contact hitter. Like, he's not hitting the ball out of the yard 60 times in a season.
Okay.
Like, Schwarber, there's trade-off there. Turner, there's not. So I don't think those numbers would tell me it's not a difference in approach. It's just, hey, you're starting to run into a couple, and when you get rolling, those things compound. He is the most important player for the Philadelphia Phillies to get hot right now at this point in the season, and if he does, they turn into the team that I think the most positive Phillies fans were looking at their ceiling to be when the season started.
Okay. I mean, I absolutely feel like it looks like there's something different, and I don't know what it is. Except if it's, to me, it doesn't look like the chase is as bad on that low pitch that he chases.
Yeah, but the strikeout numbers are still higher than what you'd like, which is strange to say that there's an approach change. Like when you see an approach change, you'll see guys working walks. You'll see guys trying to cut down on those strikeouts. He really hasn't changed those numbers from where they've been when he's been struggling. It's just the hits are falling in. And with that, maybe it's just simple as confidence. We know he's a guy that's going to need a little bit of confidence to push him in the right direction. The Phillies have a couple of those guys. Alec Boehm, who we talked about, is another one. And when you get hot in baseball, everything falls in. When you're cold, everything's right at somebody. So you might be seeing Trey break out, and if he does, that's an all-star caliber player that you could be looking at being who he's supposed to be in the latter half of the season for the Phillies.
I'm cautiously optimistic because if he's even 75% of what we've seen in this hot streak, we're in good shape.
If he hits 270 the rest of the way, you're scoring probably 1 more run a game. And they've won how many 1-run games?
Yes.
Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable in those situations.
Connor, remind me again, how did you say those stats were from 7 days?
The last 7 days, yes.
I'll do you one better. It's actually been 2 weeks.
Really?
He's been 1955 in his last 13 games, which is 345. So that's 8 for 23 over the other span of that other second week. It hasn't just been a week. It's starting to be 2 weeks. Maybe you could turn that into a month.
Now, the other thing that we go back to, right, and that's a great point by you. I didn't go back that far. And we had the conversation, Johnny, when you were out about Trey Turner contributing. And in the games that he's contributed, that was in a stretch of like a 5-1 week. The only game that he went 0 for in was a game that they lost and only scored 1 run.
Okay.
One thing that I would look at that you brought up yesterday is the level of competition.
Yes.
They haven't been playing the world beaters of baseball.
No, they haven't been.
We'll see what he looks like against Skeens today.
I mean, as we said, the Phillies today, as of last night, they're 8 games over 500 against losing teams. They're 10 games over 500 overall. So against non-losing teams, they're 2 games over 500. So I don't think that's that bad, as you say.
No, I'm not worried about
that number. And you are supposed to beat up on bad teams.
Absolutely. The problem is when you're not.
If you want to get where you're going, you want to be able to beat up on the bad teams. So, all right, we have our poll question today brought to you by Dr. Abinand Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. He always keeps the poll strong for 4 hours straight. It gets a little limp during middays, but they say it perks right up again in the afternoons.
Our poll today is, what is your number one reason on why you're watching Team USA tonight? Still in first place and at 78% national pride, and I love soccer at 22%.
I love when there's honesty from the listener base. It's national pride.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is. I was getting argued with yesterday that it would be more 50-50.
No shot.
That the soccer fans, that I'm underestimating how many soccer fans there are. I'm like, look, there are soccer fans, but I said the people are watching because they want to wrap themselves in red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
They want to feel good about something.
Do you care about your 5th favorite sport more than you care about Team USA and right around the 4th of July and everything this means for this country being the host nation? Like, you can like soccer, but the bigger reason most people are watching tonight is because it's Team USA in a spot that we have never seen them before. This is as heavily as they've been favored in any round of a World Cup this far along in the tournament in the history of the team.
Which is fantastic.
You better not blow it.
I think you guys are starting to
wait
get
a
me
minute. I don't like that little disclaimer.
You better not blow it.
No, I agree with Connor. You better not blow it.
Oh, no, it would be really bad if they did.
But I think you guys are starting to get me to switch to the other side there.
You think
You
so?
should be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rethinking about how I was when they didn't make the World Cup, and
Well, it's national pride.
It is a lot of national pride in there.
And it is, oh, no, it's not Pride Month. That just ended.
Just ended.
So you could have been involved with that, too. So, yeah, there you go. Hey, the stories we didn't have the time to talk about will be covered by Sean Rodman. We don't call him the Worm. Next in headlines, Kincade Salciunas rolls along on this patriotic July 1st here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia. Philly Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The great Todd Zalecki with a number as we were bragging on Trey Turner. Todd Zalecki with the Justin Crawford numbers. He's now batting .375 in his last 16 games.
People were silly to worry about him.
He's 18 for 48 in his last 16 games, raised his batting average from .227 to .256. And I was like, I'm the one, and I've been even ripping Magic Mattingly, and that's tough for me because, I just want to throw him bouquets, I don't want him having a day off. He doesn't like days off, by the way. I don't like him having a day off at all. But Justin Crawford is really stabilized and getting in there because let the kid play every day. You said he was your everyday center fielder. There's no way to misinterpret that. I'm not playing word games. I'm not reading too much into it. You said he's your everyday center fielder. That's what you had him up on this club.
Yeah, plans change.
But why? Why? You didn't give him a chance to. You didn't give him enough of a chance to not have him be every day.
Part of the reason that he could be doing better now is that he got some time where he wasn't playing every day, so it beats you down. If you're in a bad stretch and you're a young player, sometimes playing less gives you a little bit more time to reset, to make the adjustments. Get a day off after one performance, go back, look at some film, figure it out from there. I don't think it was the worst strategy. I just think the fan base, and there was a portion where it's just like, yeah, this kid's not ready. Look at the at-bat that he hit down the third baseline last night. He is going to be a high-level contact hitter.
I am a do what you say what you mean person. If you're going to say something, do it. And when you say we're bringing this kid up, he's going to be our everyday center fielder, then let him be your everyday center fielder and let him show what he can do. It's what he likes to do. He likes to play. Doesn't like to have days off, and that was said. And he was successful at every level before this level. I don't believe that a couple days off helped him figure it out.
Okay, he wasn't. He went through a slump, and I don't think that you.
God forbid. Wait a minute. Schwarber slumped. Turner slumped.
Yeah, you don't have to protect those guys
Harper
from the
slumped.
slump. You have to protect a young player from the slump.
You don't, though.
We saw what the confidence issues with Andrew Painter led to.
But you don't know that you have to.
He got worse because you can't sit a pitcher down.
But you don't know that every player is that way. You don't know that you don't think he slumped ever in his life?
I imagine he has, but the idea at the major league level is you protect him from getting weighed on too much by continually bad performances. So they took a little bit off of his plate.
Joe the Cynic asks his own question today on Twitter. Who's the bigger drama queen attention whore? Aaron Rodgers or LeBron? I say it's a tie. I think it's a tie. I think they have the same playbook.
It's probably LeBron, slightly.
And I love
guess
LeBron,
so, yeah.
but I root for LeBron to do well. I don't root for Aaron Rodgers to do well. I like LeBron. I'd much rather spend time with LeBron than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I agree.
Any day.
That's fair.
If I had to ride in a golf cart for 18 holes, let me hang out with LeBron over Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know.
Any day of the week.
LeBron's swing is a little bit sketchy still. I got to see Rodgers' game because I want to play fast.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do like to play, and you play well. You play fast. Let's see what's in today's headlines with our man, Sean Rodman.
Today's headlines with Sean, no relation to Dennis Rodman.
All right, today's headlines is brought to you by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. All right, and we're going to start off with some people that might need Lundy Law. And some theme to start off, the first two is forgetting things. The first one, Leonard Fournette and Rob Gronkowski were on a recent podcast, and Leonard Fournette bet Rob Gronkowski that he could hit a field goal, or Leonard Fournette could hit a field goal from 50 yards for $15,000. There's one
50-yard field goal?
Leonard Fournette nailed the field goal, but there was Rob Gronkowski forgot about it.
I think my best memory with me and you is me beating you out that 15 grand.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Damn, do I owe you 15 grand?
You pay me. I
did pay you.
You pay me. We go. Listen.
15 grand?
If you owe me 15 grand, we would not be here doing this interview.
I paid Lenny 15 G's.
Yeah, well, Rob's probably making a bunch of dumb bets left and right on stupid stuff like that. That feels very on brand for him.
Well, he was practicing, he was down there practicing for the Super Bowl. Remember Gronk doing the kicks?
Yeah. The kick of destiny.
But 50-yard field goal?
That's a bomb.
Fournette, that's a bomb.
I guess probably soccer at some point in his background.
Now remember, though, in those kicks, it gets pointed out. Nobody's blocking you. So they don't have to elevate it.
That's still very impressive.
I understand, but they don't have to elevate the kick like you do in a real game.
Yeah.
Or like Missy Elliott can't.
I mean, have you seen?
I think Leonard Fournette should be signed by the Eagles.
Have you seen Leonard Fournette's legs? I can imagine he could hit further than 50.
Yeah, listen, my career long's 47, so I'm nowhere near a professional athlete at all. I imagine that there's guys who don't kick that have the power to do it. Having the technique, though, that's impressive. Shout out Lenny.
All right, next up we have Chase Utley, who was on a recent podcast with Matt Barnes. He, again, forgets something, and I want to see if you guys know the detail in it in the recall in Game 5 of the 2008 World Series.
We had a left-handed hitter, Jeff Jenkins, came off the bench. So in the World Series, if you recall, we got essentially Game 5. We got shut down, I think, in the 7th or 8th inning. We didn't play again for like 2 more days. So it was like, all right, we're going to go play 2 innings. We got to figure this out.
Now, a very minute detail, but it was the 6th inning of that game. Is that fair to say for someone that played in one of the biggest games of his career to forget that tiny detail?
I don't think that's crazy, the inning. But like Connor says, it's not at all.
No, yeah. I mean, the guy played over 1,900 Major League Baseball games in his career, and it's been how many years now?
It's
almost 20 years.
It's the biggest game of your career, though.
Yeah, but you don't really remember the inning. Like, if I think back, and it hasn't been that long, but I think back to, like, the best game of my college career, I couldn't tell you the innings things happen. I could tell you the general idea, but after a while, you just forget, man. And Chase is, I'm not saying he's getting to forgetful age, but it's been a while since the 2008 World Series. So you forget the inning. I think that's understandable.
Well, the one thing that I took out of that actually the most is that's a very small detail. I still don't understand. I give credit to Andrew Checo, and I don't understand how he remembers all those small details about draft picks. That's I think what I took out the most out of that.
I can't imagine it.
All right, and last up, we have another Philadelphia former athlete. Claude Giroux is heading to the unrestricted market today while keeping the door open to return to Ottawa, according to reports. Would you want to see Claude Giroux return to Philadelphia?
No.
Yeah, absolutely not.
No. And he screwed you over leaving. He screwed over this franchise leaving. Don't let the doorknob hit you where the good Lord split you. No. He had a chance to help out the franchise. Most all-time greats, when they're leaving a franchise, try to help out the franchise. He literally screwed them over. No. Keith Jones, don't do it.
Yeah, I don't think they have any interest.
Danny Briere, don't do it. I don't think he would.
I don't think they will, but I'm curious to see what Flyers Twitter has to say about that.
Yeah, is Wayne Simmons available? Who else can we bring back?
Rodman, did you really ask that question? What's Flyers Twitter going to say about it?
That's what I said.
My gosh. Do we know that? What's Adam Schefter going to say about it? Adam Schefter joins us coming up. We have a quarterback that did not get put in the supplemental draft who now says he's not going to sue the NFL. But I have a question for Adam Schefter about gambling. And is this starting to be a slippery slope? So we'll get into that, the NFL, and where are these lines drawn? We'll get into all that with him next. Schefter joins us. It's a Shefty Wednesday. Welcome to July. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Mike Gainsey adds a familiar face. I'm Sean Rodman. According to multiple reports, the Sixers are adding former Cavs forward Dean Wade to a 4-year, $39 million contract who is with Gainsey in Cleveland. Wade's most likely going to slide into the starting lineup alongside Joel Embiid. Last year, Wade started 36 games for the Cavs, averaging 40% from 3 in the games he started. Phillies beat the Pirates last night 8-0. Christopher Sanchez and Justin Crawford led the way. Crawford went 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs, and now he's batting .375 over his last 18 games. Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Crawford's performance.
Craw's been, for me, getting better and better, making adjustments to this level. Really hit a backdoor breaking ball, it looked like, and just shot it down the line. So I wouldn't call it a nubber, but obviously just a big at bat, and then all night long, a really good night.
Phillies are back in action tonight against the Pirates with a pitching matchup. Zach Wheeler and Paul Skeens are on the hill tonight. First pitch is at 6:40. Team USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight in the round of 32, which kicks off at 8. Adam Schefter joins us next, and Jacob Moreno from SA.com joins us at 8:30 on the Dean Wade signing. And this update is brought to you by Pico. When it's hot out, it takes more energy to stay cool inside. Pico offers tools to help you save energy. Visit pico.com/summer. That's pico.com/summer. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic app.
It has been a busy morning. We're halfway home on the first day of July. Do you know what July 1st is?
Nope.
It's a holiday.
Other than the first day of July, I don't know.
It is a holiday on the international calendar. It is a holiday.
Cinco de Mayo.
It's Canada Day.
Oh, that's not the holiday I was going with.
Canada
Canada
Day.
Day.
Get out of here.
I was going to go with Bobby Bonilla Day.
It's Canada Day.
That's
Day
correct.
Where you can stay, and it is Bobby Bonilla Day also, where you get your $1.3 million annuity?
Only till
Something?
2035, so they're almost done.
What a great thing for Bobby. That's a great thing for him. It's great. Happy Canada Day. Hopefully you only have 7 more months to wait to get your MRI. That's great. See, the hotel near my cancer center, they probably has 6 or 7 Canadians that come and get treatment because they can get down here and get their treatment fast.
Oh, okay.
So they come and they stay, and there's some beautiful. When I was doing my treatment, there's a beautiful Canadian couple, and I loved her, and she would take her husband in for his treatments, and they would come down, and they had to literally live here because they would have had to wait 8 months, and the doctor told them, you can't wait 8 months to start your treatment.
Yeah.
So he came here, and he got to know Broomall.
I'm glad they're getting the help.
He's fine now.
Oh, that's great.
He's fine now. I get emails telling me that, some things that are wrong about, some things are wrong about our sports teams. Doesn't like some of our sports teams. He got into some of our.
That's awesome.
Sports.
He sounds like a Philadelphian
There
already.
you go. He's I told him he's adopted. Hey, the Phillies on a tear. Phillies are now 2.5 games out. That's pretty amazing. On the first day of July. Okay, do you believe right now, gut instinct? Do you believe they are going to catch the Braves by the All-Star break?
I do, yes.
The Braves have the Cardinals for 2 at home, then a 4-game series with the Mets at home. So they have 6 more games on their homestand. Then they have 3 at the Pirates, 3 at the Cardinals. The Phillies will have 2 more on the homestand with the Pirates. Then they go on a 9-game road trip at the Royals, at the Reds, at the Tigers. I sort of have the feeling that this could be more like even, like almost like a dead even matchup by the time it's done. Yeah. I don't think the Phillies are cooling off anytime soon.
It doesn't seem like it. I don't see why they would, especially with the way the schedule is right now. The one thing I just keep coming back to, and it just popped into my mind for the first time today, I worry about a hot team hitting the All-Star break. A bunch of guys go on vacation. You don't play for a couple of days. You come back. Does the momentum get killed there? We'll see.
I don't want to think that, but doesn't everybody stop? But you look at it as it's only going to be a positive for the bad teams.
I don't know that it will be a positive for the bad teams or a negative for the good ones. I just don't like to see a team that's got momentum have anything change, and the All-Star break is a change in the schedule. They haven't had an off day since, what has it been, 2 weeks?
Yeah, they have an off day coming up on Friday, which is really odd.
Yeah, their second weird Friday off day.
Like another Friday where it's an off day, which is really, really strange.
Yeah, I don't know.
And obviously they're not playing here on the 4th of July, which I get it because of the World Cup match being played here.
Yeah, they couldn't have.
The World Cup match is at night.
Still, it's a lot going on.
You couldn't have played a day game?
You don't even want to. What if it goes 15 innings? Like that's
games
the thing.
Games don't go 15 anymore.
I mean, it's
games
possible.
Don't go. And a 15-inning game maybe only goes 3.5 hours.
We know how much of a cluster it is down by the stadiums when any 2 events are going on at once, much less a round of 16 World Cup game. It's better that they're not in town.
See, I would say the World Cup game, I believe, is an 8 o'clock match. I think that night. They could have had an 11 o'clock. They do 11 o'clock game on the Boston Marathon day.
Yeah, just why take the chance?
Well, the game's not going to go till 6. I mean, you could get in there. I don't know.
Depends who's pitching. Is it a Nola day?
I think it's crazy. You're bad. I think it's sort of crazy to not have the Phillies playing in Philly on 4th of July.
I agree with that. The World Cup played a factor into it definitely this year, and the reason why they're not playing on the 3rd on the Friday also because of the World Cup. They're in Kansas, would be traveling to Kansas City that day.
Oh, that makes sense.
Kansas City is hosting Colombia, Ghana at 9:30.
Oh, so they are.
Okay, so it is World Cup related.
It is World Cup related again.
That's really, really good. So there's plenty of look. The World Cup has been again. I got to tell you, if someone isn't proud of what the country's done, what a great job. All the different cities, all the different venues. It's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I've loved it.
And to be able to pull this off, an event of this magnitude, and to have such positivity about it, it's been great.
Better be positive tonight. I'm hoping around 10 p.m.
The outcome's a little bit different.
We better be excited about the way tonight's game goes for Team USA.
All right, joining us as he does every Wednesday at this time on Kincade Salciunas, Connor in for Andrew today. He is Adam Schefter from ESPN. And Adam, have you been tracking any of the World Cup action?
I'm going to watch tonight. I have not watched like other people, if I'm being honest. I just haven't. Tonight I'm hoping to watch, so we'll see how that works out.
It's going to be great to see Team USA and all the way they've carried this off as a country has been pretty amazing. All the logistics of it and everything. It's been really, really awesome.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm pretty impressed with the attention. It's not a big surprise. I mean, I don't mean to sound dumb about this. Like it's a huge thing, but I've seen big soccer events play out before in the past, and I don't remember any one of them garnering the type of attention in the United States that this one has. That's my point.
Did Brendan Sorsby sort of blackmail the NFL into not suing them?
Oh, I don't think that. I think he was back into a corner, and he had no options other than to do that. Like, what was he? He's going to sue the NFL, spend more money that he doesn't have on more lawyers in what's been a losing battle already?
No, I know.
Why are you doing that?
Is that so? You believe probably was more of a money issue that caused him not to pursue it? Because there were a lot of people who thought he could sue.
I would imagine, and there are a lot of factors. Money would be a factor, probably down the line. But why are you going after? Why would you go after the league that is going to be in a position to dictate whether or not you're going to be allowed into the 2020? You're going to spend more money on attorneys to go sue a league that's making a decision on your future when you don't even know if you can win that case. Does that make sense?
Not to me. Not to me.
No. And I don't think it made sense to him when he sat back and thought about it, talked to people, and so they moved forward, and there you go.
Now, not pursuing it doesn't mean people forget. Do you expect all that's going on with him to affect his draft stock in 2027 if he does indeed end up in that class?
Say that one more time.
Do you expect everything that's going on with Brendan Sorsby to affect the way teams look at him in the 2027 draft?
Well, of course. It's all going to be factored in. And again, I think it's going to be important for him to be able to go to the combine and sit down and talk with teams and have teams have him talk to various officials that aren't just, with the football organization that deal with gambling issues. He's going to have to answer a lot of questions for a lot of teams. And the football element will be a major component of it, but not the only thing that goes into where he's drafted. It will all be a part of it. And so, to me, it's all part of the package. Just like every prospect in the draft gets scrutinized from head to toe, top to bottom, relationships, everything. Like, NFL teams are going to have their antennas up on him and going to be looking at everything with him, considering how seriously everybody says they take gambling.
Now, the idea of the slippery slope of gambling in the NFL, because it's gotten prolific. Everybody has gambling apps.
Yeah.
My daughter's on. My daughter, as a 22-year-old, loves to go on her betting app, and a lot of the kids her age do that. Does the NFL, though, I heard a lot of people saying the NFL's being, by not having a supplemental draft, they're being contradictory or hypocritical because they have all these gambling ads all over their games and all over their websites and everything. But he's the only, there's only been a handful of players that have been stupid enough to do something where they've gotten caught or done something corrupt with the gambling. But does the NFL starting to get worried that this is going to be a problem?
Well, I think that they've been vigilant to go about suspending players. We've seen players be disciplined for any sort of gambling accusations. Look at Calvin Ridley was thrown out of football for a year for tracking bets, fantasy bets off his device, whatever it was. So, I mean, I think the league is aware, and they know that the quote-unquote integrity of the game is one of the most important issues that there is. So I think the league goes above and beyond to try to make sure that it's handing out appropriate discipline and sending the message that it needs to.
We're talking to Adam Schefter of ESPN here on Kincade and Salciunas. Now, Shefty, I saw a tweet from you recently. In 4 weeks, every NFL team will be in training camp. We got a month to go. So when you're at this point in the NFL offseason, where is your focus when you're trying to figure out how teams are preparing? What is your thought on what's going on in football for this kind of dead zone of the summer?
I try not to think about it, to be honest with you. I try to just kind of relax and know that there's a marathon ahead for everybody, and I think it's important for everybody to break away. I'm not thinking about it, to be honest with you. So, I mean, that to me, that's the best way to approach it. Everybody needs, some sort of mental and physical break from it, and it's nice to kind of decompress for a little bit, knowing that, there are 10 Sundays until football season. And once that begins, and really earlier with preseason, that, your weekends aren't your own anymore. And And the all-consuming nature of the job is such that, you have to take – if you're not taking a little bit of a mental break on July 1st, then you're not taking one at all. That's probably not healthy.
I know that you, though, are somebody who can, at least compartmentalize. You can think ahead a little bit. Is the idea of if I was to say to you a training camp that you could, back in the day when you and Mort would get on your buses, if there was a camp that you said I could spend 2 days at and get a real good look at this team because you think I'd love to get under the hood and see what this team's got cooking because you think it is a real good story, what team would it be?
Well, I think there's a few ways you can go about it, right? And what I would say to that would be that, number one, I'm always drawn to quarterbacks. So, to me, I'd be happy to go to Minnesota. I'd be happy to go to Atlanta. I'd be happy to go to Las Vegas. I'm always interested in quarterbacks. If we're going to say, okay, quarterbacks aren't really important, pick another storyline, I probably would go to L.A. to watch the Rams and the Chargers. Because I know people are talking all about the Rams being a super team, but I think the Chargers are pretty good too. And, it's July 1st, and we're not thinking too much about it, but I don't think it would be all that shocking if we got an all-Los Angeles Super Bowl in Los Angeles. That wouldn't shock me. I know the Chargers' track record in history says that would be unlikely because that's not what that franchise has done in the past. But that team is good enough to play in that game, I believe.
Just so we hit our daily allotment of Eagles-specific questions, if you were walking into training camp for the Eagles right now, and I know it's a month, but what is your biggest question that you want to research for the Eagles?
Well, I think the obvious one that everyone's going to want to ask is how the new offensive coaching staff is going to hold up with Sean Mannion and how that's going to work out. But I think that the bigger question to me is the health of the offensive line. Because if those guys are healthy, it's going to be a great offense. But they haven't been. And they need that unit to be healthy. And I don't care how good the offensive coordinator is. If the offensive line isn't healthy, then the offensive coordinator and the offensive coaching staff is compromised by the health of its offensive line. So to me, that's the most important. It's not a very sexy storyline. But can that offensive line be healthy? Can it play at the level it has in the past? Or is it going to continue to be beset and set back by injuries, age, those sorts of issues?
It is going to be a really, really calm time, I think, the next couple weeks. So when these coaches take off, do you know coaches that truly are sort of grinders who disconnect? Like I know Sean McVay a little bit. I know we've obviously observed Andy Reid. Do you know the grinders? How much do they really disconnect?
Oh, I think they really disconnect.
You do, really?
In fact, oh yeah.
I saw the boat picture. I saw the boat picture with Sean. I mean, it looks like he is disconnecting pretty well. But I mean,
I'm just going to say now. Listen, I think it's like everybody in the business. Connor asked me the question. What am I thinking? I'm trying not to think about it. But you asked me, still, of course, it's on your mind, but you really do your best to disconnect and try not to think about it. And I think those coaches, they know what's in store. They know the marathon they're about to run. And they're trying not to think about getting to the starting line. Inevitably, as they're sitting on the beach or the boat or whatever they're doing, in the pool, the ocean, yeah, of course it crosses their mind. Just like it crosses my mind. But you try to dispatch that and say, okay, wait, that can wait.
That's awesome. I hope you get some good downtime.
All right, I appreciate that. You too.
Good.
I got people looking up at the house right now.
And you got to take care of the dogs, too. Feed those things. Feed them.
Hey.
My gosh, they're hungry.
Hungry dogs run faster. Yeah. That's what the Eagles will tell you.
Come on, the amount of money you make, feed those damn dogs. Come on.
That has nothing to do with anything, John.
Take care. Thanks,
Appreciate
Adam.
Time,
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Adam Schefter joined us.
Busy with the pups and busy taking some time away from football.
Feed those dogs.
Interesting. Talking about the quarterback-centric focus on training camp. Something not to be lost on Eagles fans. We got a pretty big quarterback storyline here in Philadelphia, too, that could be of interest to
Are you talking about the backup quarterback?
No, I am talking about the starter. I really do not care too much about Andy Dalton or Tanner McKee being the backup. I'm more worried about what we're seeing. Training camp will be the first time we actually get concrete news as to how this offensive institution has developed, because they're working, right? Even though coaches are stepping away, I don't think Sean Mannion is having a go to the island for 2 weeks type of offseason, trying to institute everything that he's trying to institute. I think he's one of the coaches in football that is very much on the grind right now, coming into a new place, getting his first shot as an OC. And we're going to see an off-season's worth of work start to come to fruition once training camp gets rolling. That's going to be, to me, the number one. I know Shefty said offensive line and whether or not they're healthy. That's a huge part of it. I'll believe that when I see it through the first couple weeks of the season, because to me, training camp, I don't know how much I can buy into health when they haven't really put the pads on yet. But the Jalen Hurts storyline is going to be a huge one.
I'm going to tell you, maybe I'm naive, or maybe I'm just too much Team Jalen. I have no concerns about Jalen Hurts.
You don't have any?
None.
Not even in like the back of your mind? There's not 1% of your brain that's like, maybe this doesn't work out?
No. Whoa. I'm not saying that I say Jalen Hurts, pencil him in for a Pro Bowl, pencil him into the Super Bowl. But concerns about Jalen Hurts? I have no concerns about Jalen Hurts leading this team to 11 or 12 wins. Like none at all.
Oh, sure, 11 or 12 wins, but we're talking Super Bowl. You guaranteed them in the NFC Championship game.
I told you they're going to be in the Final Four. Yes.
So 11 or 12 wins is not your bar.
No, I mean 11 or 12 wins is where it's going to get you there. That's going to get you into that. That's going to be where it's going to be. I'm going to go bet. I decided I am going to, at my wife's bequest, I am going to join the Super Contest. So I'm going to join the Super Contest out in Vegas when I'm out in Vegas first week of August. So it's $2,500, and I got to bet 5 games each week against the spread, published spread by the casino, and you got to either pick over/under on the game, or you got to pick point spread in the game. You can pick any game on the NFL slate, point spread or over/under. That's all you can bet, but you got to pick 5. All you have to do to win your money back, to minimum get your money back, is be in the top 50%. Gut instinct. Do I get my money back?
Yeah, I think so.
I've never been less than 56%
I think
on the air here. On the air here, my worst year was 56%.
Just don't overthink it.
But
John
is,
Sorsby over here is going to be just fine.
See, that's what. But I'm wondering, is overthinking it.
Just do what you would normally do.
That's
it's
the thing.
The same games, whether you're in this pool or not.
Yeah, don't think about the money. Just think about what ones you like the best.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, I mean, and I'm wondering, remember too, is over/unders a lot easier to get right than point spread bet.
Yeah.
So I'm already thinking about that, but already I was studying last night, going, okay, what would be the strategy? I got a good wife though.
Yeah,
it's like,
it's nice that she let you do that.
She's like, if you want to do that, do that. Why wouldn't you do it? So I'm going to do it. We'll see if it'll be a winner. All right, coming up, Sixers have some critical decisions to make. And one of my former students covers the team. And they have a few ideas of where they might be going. Jacob Moreno from 76ers on SI joins us next on Kincade Salciunas here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Kansas makes his first move in free agency. I'm Sean Rodman, and according to multiple reports, the Sixers are adding former Cavs forward Dean Wade on a 4-year deal worth $39 million. Wade's 6'9" frame will most likely slide him into the starting lineup next to Joel Embiid. Wade is mostly known for his defensive attributes. Jacob Moreno will join us next on the Wade edition. The Phillies beat the Pirates last night 8-0. Cristopher Sanchez went 7 innings and did not allow a single run despite being seen with a cut on his finger earlier in the game. Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Sanchez's cut on his finger and his performance.
I mean, it was a scratch, but I think he's impressive enough. Obviously, he sets the tone tonight for us, attacking the zone, heading the count, all that, right? And I think that's obviously something we needed tonight.
Safe to say Mattingly doesn't sound too concerned with the scratch. Phils are back in action tonight against the Pirates with a pitching matchup between Zach Wheeler and Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 6:40. Team USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight in the round of 32. Kickoff is at 8. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Fanatic.
It is going to be a scorcher today. They're telling you, everybody, to keep your pets inside today. I just saw that warning. Please keep your pets inside.
Yeah, they can get hot. They got fur.
Nikki Foles. Now, I've always been told that keeps the dog comfortable.
I don't understand how that works. I'm no veterinarian, but
you don't play one on TV either?
No, I think the fuzzy little critters are probably hotter than we are with all that hair. But who knows?
I am very, very proud. But, I've never said this. I never say I'm very proud to bring on Adam Schefter as a guest. Even though we are proud to have Adam Schefter as a guest.
Yeah, I'm excited.
But I'm very, very proud that 76ers on SI, Jacob Moreno joining us here on Kincade Salciunas, Connor, because Jacob was one of my star students. And Jacob also has created on his own one of the largest followings of the 76ers, one of the largest followings of the Sixers on social media.
Yeah, big Instagram account.
Huge Instagram account. If you're not following it, Sixers Nation. Is it Sixers Nation? Is it? Wait a minute here. Why am I doing that? Now I'm messing up on that one because I'm thinking of his professional work. But he's created quite a following for himself. And Jacob was one of my students this year. I'm very proud of him. And looking at this offseason for the Sixers and so many questions, I've been reading a lot of his stuff, watching his content, and I figured it was a good time to be able to have a chance to be able to catch up with him. So we're going to be able to do that. Do we have Jacob now?
Still efforting. Sixers Country is the Instagram account, by the way.
Sixers Country.
Yeah, we got some interesting questions because the Sixers make a move in free agency yesterday, signing Dean Wade to a 4-year, $39 million deal.
I was confused. I was confused because I wondered who's leaving, who's staying, and I guess it means that Quentin Grimes is gone, is my guess. That Quentin Grimes is gone.
Yeah, you still have a little bit of money in the exception classes and everything, so we'll see what they're able to do with that, and that's something Jacob will be able to help us with once we get him there on the phone line and get him ready to go. Because they've got a really interesting offseason, and Mike Gansey clearly, you could say what you want about the draft, and he came in while draft prep was already ongoing. So Bob Myers, I'm sure, had a big hand in the way that process ran. But Dean Wade is a guy that Mike Gansey was part of the development of in Cleveland that came up while Mike Gansey was the GM of that team. This move was the first one that I think you can clearly point to that he made where it was just that is a Mike Gansey move through and through. So we'll see if that one plays out, but you're starting to see the first moves by the new Sixers president.
The phones are not working, of course. So,
lovely.
Of course. So Sean is efforting Jacob at the moment. So we'll
go ahead and work on that.
To be able to get him on here. Now, the signing of D. Wade, or Dean Wade, as we'll call him by his official name, that's a Gansey move, right?
Has to be.
He knows him.
Cleveland guy that came up while Mike Gansey was the GM of that team.
He knows him. He knows what he can do. All you're going to hear about is 5 points a game.
Yeah.
You're not going to hear about what he really brings to the table. You're going to hear everybody complaining about 5 points a game.
Right. With the amount of shots you're going to get up between, when the team's healthy, Maxey, Edgecombe, Paul George, Joel Embiid, you don't really need – scoring is not what the Sixers are looking at right now necessarily. I'd rather have a guy that can defend wing players. I'd rather have a wing player that can stretch the floor a little bit with size and still be able to knock down an open jumper when they need to. And
yeah, that would be a better.
He can do that. He's not anything special, but you don't there aren't that many special guys that you're going to see in free agency when you don't have a max contract slot available. So we'll go ahead and see. We have Jacob on the line now. So.
There we go. Jacob Moreno, 76ers on SI, and a star student of mine, I will say, joins us. Jacob, thanks. Our phones weren't working. It wasn't you. So you will not be docked on your final grade. I can't touch your final grade. So congratulations, and welcome into the show. We're looking at this 76ers offseason, Jacob, and trying to make heads or tails of it. And then last night, after we had already booked you, the Dean Wade signing comes down. First, tell us about that. Tell us about what does he bring to the table, and is everybody going to concentrate on the 5 points a game thing a little too much?
Well, let's break this down. Dean Wade is just one of those guys that you want to surround your star players with because he kind of just brings it on both ends of the floor. I think the biggest strength of his is obviously his defense. That's been his calling card most of his career, especially with the Cavs this season. He's really good at defending off the dribble. Just with his physicality, the way he positions himself to force tough shots, he can guard multiple positions, guards, wings. You look at the Cavs' playoff run; they entrusted him with a lot of the tougher assignments. And when Brandon Ingram's closest defender, he shot 3 of 14 from the field. Cade shot 10 of 25 from the field in the same situation. So that's the type of guy that you're getting. Also, capable three-point shooter. Shot 40% on open corner threes this past season. And if, you see Joel Embiid, he draws so many double teams for, all the question marks surrounding him. Tyrese Maxey, he gets surrounded at the rim. So you're going to get a guy who provides some relief there. And that's a big thing for the Sixers. And I kind of see this comparison. Nicholas Batum, a guy that fans loved a few years ago, he offers kind of a similar skill set. He's also, a solid passer. He's not going to wow you with anything he does with the ball, but just makes those simple reads that just keeps the offense going. And, for any drawbacks, he is already 29. He will be 33 after the fourth year of his deal. He's not the best rebounder for his listed position. A little bit limited offensively. Maybe he needs to be a little bit more aggressive sometimes. But, does this move make the Sixers like a true contender out of the East? No, but it's a start. And I think the fact that just, so many contending teams, they were interested in him. And the fact that the Sixers got him for a really solid price is good. And he's just a plug-and-play guy. You can put him at power forward. There's a pretty good defensive unit of VJ Edgecombe, Paul George, and now Dean Wade. So just a really good guy that you can kind of throw on any tough assignment, whether that's a Cade Cunningham, a Jalen Brunson, etc.
The Sixers have a couple of names in flux from last year's team: Andre Drummond, Kelly Oubre, Quentin Grimes. What does this signing mean for the chances of those three to potentially be back in Philadelphia?
Well, I'm going to try to explain this as simple as I can with avoiding salary cap jargon. So basically, namely with Oubre and Grimes, the Sixers have their full bird rights, and that means pretty much that they can sign them to a contract as big as a max contract. The tricky thing is that they signed Wade using the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, and by doing so, that means that they can't spend on their payroll. Their payroll can't be more than $209 million, and right now they are $16 million-ish to what they can spend, so they can bring Oubre back, they can bring Grimes back. It's just probably going to be a matter of, who they want to prioritize, and it's going to be a little bit tricky because we've had a lot of reports with Quentin Grimes saying that he might be headed to the Lakers. Jake Fisher reported that the league is operating as if that's the case. Kelly Iko reported that Kelly Oubre, he's met with the Lakers. He's going to meet with the Lakers, Pacers, Blazers, and the Sixers. So it'll be interesting. Again, I just think it's truly going to come down to picking one of them because the roster is still fairly incomplete despite there only being 3 roster spots left. You still need, in my opinion, a capable backup center. You still need another guard or two, especially one who could hold up on both ends of the floor.
How do you see the roster as it's currently put together after draft and now with the addition of Wade and whatever they might do, fitting what Nick Nurse potentially has always wanted to do?
I think it's not complete yet, kind of like I said. I think having a two-way guy like Wade's going to help a lot. A guy, again, that you can throw on kind of like any star, guard, or wing. And we see Nick Nurse's philosophy. It's really about just on the defensive end, forcing turnovers, playing aggressive coverages on the ball to create those transition opportunities to cut off those driving lanes. So I think Wade definitely helps in that regard with his ability to guard off the dribble. And his offense, Wade, again, just the catch and shoot ability. LeBaron Fillon Jr., they drafted him last week. He's a guy that fits well in Nurse's kind of drive and kick offensive scheme. So I think their pieces are there. It's just more so about rounding out, especially the guard depth, because I think if you look at the guard depth right now, besides VJ, there's not really a lot of great defensive guards on the roster as it stands. So I think once they get guards who can, fit that criteria of forcing turnovers, being active, defending off the bounce, I think then you're going to see a really good shift in the Sixers defense, and also just the backup center situation. Bona, he kind of had his moments, last year, but pretty inconsistent. You definitely need more athleticism and just overall mobility in the front court, too.
Talking to Jacob Moreno, writes on the Sixers for SI here on Kincade Salciunas. And there are 2 names. I'm not going to tell you to say no. I want your opinion on it, but I think it would be best for this fan base if you did say no. 2 big names that are out there. 1, LeBron James. 2, Ben Simmons. Are either of those guys potentially on the Sixers next year?
if I had to guess for LeBron, I wouldn't say yes, just because I think, just all speculation that Cleveland, Miami, they're probably the more likely destinations. I mean, entering the offseason, the Sixers, they kind of needed help at every position. I mean, who better to grab than the most versatile basketball player of all time? So there's that. And Ben Simmons, I mean, no. I'm not even going to entertain that. The shooting stuff aside, the back injuries, he's not even the defender he once was. Will he bring you rebounding? Sure, but, there's way too much. I mean, in my opinion, there's way too much baggage there, and it's just not worth it.
I'm so impressed with your analysis here. This is great. You're doing a great job. I got to tell you, though, and you're not getting a grade for this, so it's even better. As the East shakes out, do you believe that the East has a bunch of teams that are ascending, descending? As to the landscape, are the Sixers going to be able to ascend where they're out of the play-in tournament potentially with their moves, maybe even moving towards where they could have a home court in round one type of thing?
John, stop me if you heard this before, but it all comes down to health.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of too early to say right now, just because there's so many moving parts in the East. We still have to see what the Pistons do with Jalen Duren. We still have to see what the Celtics do, whether they're going to trade Jaylen Brown or not. I think it's obviously safe to put the Knicks at first, obviously coming off that championship. They're probably going to retain most of their core guys. The Cavs, I think maybe 50-50 right now. You look at the Raptors, obviously they just got Kawhi. Their starting five is looking pretty solid, but they need to round out their depth. The Heat, for as exciting as the Heat are, getting Giannis, they also have to round out their depth. So there's a lot of now up-and-coming teams, including the Sixers, who are kind of in a similar position in terms of just, having their top core guys locked, but just needing to fill out the rest of that roster room.
So this is clearly, last one for me here, Jacob, a Mike Gansey move, considering the relationship that he had with Dean Wade being from Cleveland when he came up and in the GM position. He's got an interesting balance to strike, though, Gansey does, with either building around the Joel Embiid, Paul George win now or the Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe future. So this first move of free agency, does it point you in either one of those directions to where he could be focused on building this team?
I wouldn't necessarily say either way. I just think, again, D. Wade is he's a safe guy to put in the starting lineup. He's a plug-and-play guy. The contract, it's really, it's estimated just to be really friendly. Obviously, 4 years, $39 million. And, even in the fourth year of his contract, say he's 33 years old, he's going to make $10 million. By then, the salary cap will probably increase. And that's still a very movable contract, worst comes to worst. So I don't think there's really harm in it, whether the Sixers are just trying to bide their time in the next few years or if they're really trying to go all in. But we'll see the rest of the moves that they make just to see, what their true direction is.
Great job, man. Everybody should be following on Instagram.
Yep, Sixers Country. Check it out.
Checking out the work. And I can't tell you how proud I am of you, buddy. Great job, man.
Appreciate that, John.
Thanks, man. Talk to you later.
Guys.
Jacob Moreno, everybody. Brendan Gunn even checks in during the – Brendan Gunn sends a text and he goes, damn, this guy's really good on the Sixers.
Yeah.
That's how you build a cottage industry that he's done. And Jacob, I'm very, very proud of him. Great kid. And that's great. So now another Sixers resource that we got here at the Fanatic. He's very, very bright young man. That's great. All right, we got a lot coming up for you. Still got a lot to go. A pro golfer who cashes in on gambling revenue goes anti-gambling revenue in a rant. I want you to hear his perspective and react to it next. Can't wait to hear what Connor has to say on this one. It's Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
The FIFA World Cup is entering its biggest matches, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. And we've got a huge one tonight, folks, for you to trade on. Team USA, they're getting ready to go where no team has ever gone before in this country, except for once. But they're as favored in this match as they've ever been at this stage in the tournament. They are taking on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight, and they are trading at an 83% probability to beat Bosnia and move on to the round of 16, meaning a $100 trade is going to pay you out $117 if Team USA wins. I think we should all expect that. I think we should all be rooting for that. What better way to show your patriotism as we get close to the 4th of July and the 250th birthday than going on Kalshi and trading on Team USA for one of the biggest wins in the history of soccer in this country. But it's not just Team USA that you can trade on. You can trade on all kinds of things on Kalshi, and on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Make sure you use code FANATIC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. That's Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Little scorcher going to go on today. They're offering more tips. There's more tips.
Okay.
You know, it is I've never heard this one before. Never. Have you ever heard of something with lettuce?
Nope. Salad?
Have you ever heard of something with lettuce?
I mean, I was going to go salad as well, or a sandwich. I don't know.
No. If you are working outside and you're wearing a hat, get green iceberg lettuce out of the fridge.
Okay.
And put it inside your hat.
I'm not ever doing that.
And it supposedly is a great cooler, internal cooler, that if you have to work outside.
I would rather die of heat stroke. I would rather be dead on the ground than be the guy walking around a job site with lettuce on my head. There's got to be a better way.
I assume if you're working at a construction site, I assume you have your own cooler, you bring your lunch or something.
It says take the outer leaves of a iceberg lettuce, put it inside the hat, the top of the hat, put it on, and it will chill you, and it will take some of the. It acts as a sweat insulator, acts as a coolant, and it can last for 45 minutes.
I mean, at that point, I would just bring like a couple of washcloths and put it in my cooler, and then stick.
Yeah, just bring it cold towel. Just put it in ice water and
so
put it on your hat.
I'm thinking cold towel today for the match.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Yeah, you have an extra golf towel, just put it in some cold water beforehand, or get like a bucket of ice.
I don't know. I don't know my match opponent today. I don't know Joe, the guy I'm playing. I don't know who he is, so I have to get a handle on this thing.
Yeah, we'll see.
The 5-12.
You're playing the course. You're not playing the opponent.
That is the truth too. The 5-12 matchup, I'm a little concerned with though. Jordan Spieth. We have the audio on this there.
Yes, we do.
Jordan Spieth sounds stupid as hell to me. I'm just going to preview this, and if you haven't heard it, I hope you haven't heard it. And I hope you get to hear it for the first time. Jordan Spieth was bothered that the New York fans were not rooting for a turd in the PGA Championship. Okay? He was upset about it. And here's what he had to say about it. Listen in.
I mean, I think the one thing that I'll point out is I do think that betting in golf is something that's going to have to be tackled here soon. Because I don't know how much of, say, the Wyndham scenario was the fact that it was enticing to bet the field versus Wyndham on Sunday in a legalized betting state. And you could have had people out there that are essentially have $100 to $10,000, depending on who it is, on the field versus somebody else. And in golf, it's tricky because you could actually impact the outcome if you wanted to. It may not last very long, but you could impact a shot if you wanted to. I don't know of another sport that you could impact as a fan like you can golf. So I don't know how much that's having to do with it, if it's different than it used to be. I've also played rounds with guys who were not treated well 10, 15 years ago. So I don't think it's a crazy new thing, but I will say that from what I've seen, a lot of times it has to do with betting, and that is in the last 5 years. So we'll see what happens with that.
He really believes that people are there rooting against Wyndham Clark because of betting?
Could have been part of the equation.
Could have been, sure. This guy is one of the biggest a-holes on the tour. He's one of the guys that his peers don't like him. Jordan Spieth knows this. He's one of the guys on tour that his peers on the tour don't dig him. The fans don't dig him.
Yeah.
He conducts himself like an ass on a golf course.
But he brings up other incidents and other guys years ago and how this has happened before.
And with no proof of it being about gambling. Like, I mean, here's the thing that I'm going to be pissed at, though. Jordan Spieth, his share of the amount of gambling that has been associated with the tour, he's probably made north of $2.5 to $3 million on gambling revenues.
Yeah.
So, Jordan, you giving it back?
He may be willing to forfeit that portion.
You want to forfeit that, Jordan?
He may be willing to. I don't know.
How about donate it to charity so we can have kinder, gentler crowds for Jordan Spieth?
Maybe he'll do that. I think he brings up a very fair point.
You really do?
Absolutely. Yeah, golf can be affected by individual people.
Okay, there was nothing affected in Wyndham Clark. Nobody was yelling in his backswing.
Right, but you could.
No, but nobody did. Anything could happen. Somebody could throw a water balloon at him, but it didn't happen. What happened is people rooted against him. People cheered when he missed. People cheered his bad shots. People booed him.
Yeah.
People didn't like him. They don't like him. Nobody affected his game.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a far stretch to say one individual with money on a golf match, whether it's it's Wyndham Clark or Jordan Spieth or anybody, you say one thing in the backswing of a shot that you can't restrict, and the next thing you know, it changes the outcome of a tournament.
I would have no problem if Jordan Spieth said that. If it happened. That's not what happened. And by the way, it hasn't happened.
Yeah, I know.
So he's making up scenarios that gamblers are out there doing stuff on the course that they're not doing. It's never happened.
Shouldn't you prepare for potential negative outcomes before you have to wait for them to happen?
That's like saying, people could. I'd be much more concerned that someone could bring a knife onto the course and they get up close against the golfers and we pass right through those. I was so close at the PGA Championship, I could have touched 4 or 5 golfers with my arm at any time walking through.
Right.
A much more concern for Jordan Spieth should be somebody could have a knife.
Maybe he is concerned about that. Here's the thing: if there's
but making up Scooby-Doo scenarios and making it about gambling is ridiculous. Nobody did those things to Wyndham Clark. All they did was root against him, and he's one of Wyndham Clark's buddies. And I'm not shocked hearing him talk. He's one of Wyndham's buddies. Okay. He didn't like that his feelings got hurt.
Well, Jordan likes him, and a lot of people on tour like Jordan.
They do.
So I don't think then it's just everybody doesn't like Wyndham Clark.
Well, Wyndham Clark was the least. Last year was the least. One of the least guys that people want to play the practice rounds with.
Yeah,
he's like people don't like playing with. He conducts himself like an ass. That's why fans don't like him.
Right. But I just don't think you're getting too caught up on the Wyndham Clark part of this.
Well, that was the reference that he used. That was how
one of the
came
reference, but he also mentioned 5-10 years in the past having seen this with other guys. And golf is in a weird spot because you can't go to a basketball game and have one person impact. You'll yell when someone's shooting a free throw, but one fan cannot make that difference. In golf, you can.
But you say he referenced other things over the last few years. He referenced things that never happened. He made up Scooby-Doo scenario that never happened.
If I'm mopping a floor, I put down a wet floor sign before somebody slips.
There are so many scenarios he could talk about that could happen.
Yeah, and he's trying to bring up something that could be a problem.
Then he should opt out of any gambling money right now.
Maybe he will.
He should be the leader of it.
He didn't say he wouldn't do that.
He should. No, he should. That should be the next.
He's looking at something that could be a problem in the future, projecting based on what he knows, and saying, "Hey, we need to."
He doesn't like crowds booing, is what that's about. He doesn't like that they got and nobody heckled him in his swinger at it.
Yeah,
I think it sounds soft as hell.
At some point, someone could. I think it's different for golf.
Now we heckle each other golfing. There's never a problem with it. Hey, national pride is a beautiful thing, but let's call it what it is. It's a love of country, not soccer. Final hour comes your way next. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Gaines, yeah, it's a familiar face. I'm Sean Rodman, and this update's brought to you by Wawa. Hoagie Fest is back. Get a shorty hoagie, chips, and a drink for $6. Make it a classic for $8. Gotta have Wawa. And according to multiple reports, the Sixers are adding former Cavs forward Dean Wade to a 4-year, $39 million contract. Last year, Wade started 36 games for the Cavs, averaging over 40% from 3. The Phils, in those games, I should say, the Phils beat the Pirates 8-0 last night behind Christopher Sanchez and Justin Crawford. Crawford went 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs. He is now batting .375 over his last 18 games. Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Crawford's performance.
Craw's been, for me, getting better and better, making adjustments to this level. Really hit a backdoor breaking ball, it looked like, and just shot it down the line. So I wouldn't call it a nubber, but obviously just a big at bat, and then all night long, a really good night.
We'll see if Crawford can continue that with the Phils back in action tonight against the Pirates with the pitching matchup between Zach Wheeler and Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 6:40. Team USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight in the round of 32. Kickoff is at 8. And this update is also brought to you by Mattress Firm. Need better rest? Let Mattress Firm's sleep experts match you with the perfect bed at July 4th sale. They make sleep easy. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
and I don't pay that much attention to the Olympics, I've been paying much more attention to this.
Now back to the show.
Great having Connor in for Andrew. Rod Mania in for Connor. God, just everybody else working around. Nate's in this morning. I've told Austin that he's going to melt tonight down at the Phillies.
But he's going to see one hell of a pitching matchup.
That's the key.
That's worth melting for.
I mean, it is going to be unbelievable. I mean, it's going to be unbelievable to be able to see a matchup of Skeens and Wheeler.
Yeah, high-level stuff. I mean, this is the best pitching matchup we'll see until the All-Star game is here in a couple weeks.
It is. I mean, Skeens Wheeler is as good as it gets. As far as just if you're talking star quality when you're throwing it out there, that is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we had the Miz and we had Sanchez a few weeks ago.
That did not go as planned.
Why did it not go as planned?
Because the Phillies nearly got perfect game, and Cristopher Sanchez got touched up from the start, giving up a leadoff home run, and then not looking like himself for the rest of his start. So let's hope that you get the best version of Zach Wheeler tonight.
Do you think the moment was a little big for Sanchez?
No, I don't think that at all.
So what do you think happened?
Just one of those games, man. I really do. I just think he got early and was just a little bit behind the 8 ball from the start. He didn't get any run support. And I think when you're a pitcher seeing another guy deal, you feel like you have to be perfect. And sometimes you put a little bit too much pressure on yourself. That's all it is. Like you feel way better getting a 5-run lead, unless you're Aaron Nola in game 1 of this series. And when you see another guy and you're like, oh, he's got good stuff today. And trust me, Sanchez hears it. Like you hear it if you're a pitcher. You hear the hitters coming back to the dugout after their at-bats, talking to other hitters. This is going to be a tough day for us. He's got good stuff. Here's what he's trying to do. I don't know how we get to him. Try and be patient. Try this, try that. You hear it, and you're like, okay, my margin for error is minimal, if anything at all. I mean, Sanchez could have thrown 9 innings of 1-run ball, and they would have lost that game. So I wouldn't say the moment was too big.
Hopefully it'll be a little different showing tonight. Wheeler has just been so amazing. And you were giving out the numbers earlier. What was it? A flat 2 ERA now for Sanchez.
Yeah, 2.03 for Wheeler.
That bum.
I mean, yeah, he's in great shape. So
I mean, it's unbelievable. He has been. I've got to tell you, I thought this year if he could keep the ERA under 3 coming back from that injury, because I didn't know what Zach Wheeler we were going to get, because a lot of guys coming back off this injury don't end up being the same player. And he is the same player.
He is. Even to the later stage of his career, too. Yeah, he's a great, great, great pitcher, and the Phillies are very lucky to have him alongside Cristopher Sanchez.
Now, when I was down at my golf tournament last week, ran into somebody from Dallas, Georgia, who is friends with Zach Wheeler.
Oh, okay.
And Zach's, it's an Atlanta suburb. Dallas is an Atlanta suburb. It would be like saying somebody lives in Westchester, but they're from Philly.
Yeah, I got you.
That would be like, kind of distance Dallas, Georgia to that. And he goes, I still can't believe that he's going to walk away, but he's walking away. And the first thing I knew when he goes, hey, he's good friends with Zach Wheeler. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe I can get something out of him. Like, hey, is Zach going to stick around? He goes, I still can't. First thing he led with was, I still can't believe he's going to walk away. He goes, I tell him all the time, you can't walk away.
Hey, you want to do it on your terms. You don't want to go out feeling rough like a shell of yourself. I respect that. And he's given the Phillies more than they could have asked for.
Okay, here's the problem, though, with that. This could be it. Because there's a lockout next year.
Yeah. Very well could be.
This could be it. Does he come back after a lockout? Does he go in? He has already said he wanted to spend time with the family, be done with this, all this stuff. Does he take a year? If they take a year off, does he ramp it all up for a year?
Does the Brandon Graham thing where he's like, hey, maybe I do have a little bit more juice left in the tank? I don't know.
I don't think he does. I don't think he comes back and does it. Because when these players take that year off, especially if it becomes like it, I would expect the best case scenario for next season is going to be a COVID type year.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like a 60-game season. Something like that. Mm-hmm. The regular season's going to be affected. And this lockout will do something. Maybe they play half a year, whatever it's going to be.
I would think June is probably around the start date based on how long it'll take them to settle this.
See, that's optimistic to me. That one's a little optimistic.
Well, June would be the start date for activity. They would have to go through an abbreviated spring training, which is what they did in the COVID year, because the guys are still going to have to ramp up to getting back to team activities. So seeing the season start in late June or early July would be the actual time frame. But the deal gets done in June.
So he'd be back. I mean, he'd be back. He'd be back for next year.
Right, and
that'd
then
be it.
Hangs it up.
I can't believe it the way he's pitching, though.
This was always the plan for him, and I can't blame him.
No, I don't blame him at all. I certainly don't blame him.
But you need to start planning for that. Andrew Painter was supposed to be the answer. Clearly, he has not been. So back to the old drawing board.
We'll see what happens. Hey, Love of Country going to draw the majority of people to their TVs tonight. I guess that's what the Twitter poll says. Brought to you by Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. Right, Rod Mania?
That it is. Our Twitter poll today is, what is your number one reason on why you're watching Team USA tonight? And same numbers, I believe, as the last time we checked, at 78% national pride versus I love soccer at 22%.
And by the way, it can be both.
Yeah.
Like a few people are like, it doesn't have to be one or the other. For a poll question, it does. For God's sake, the question is the number one reason. The number one reason that's bringing you to the TV. I can't wait for this stuff. I can't believe how excited I am for it. I've got to tell you, because the amount of soccer knowledge that I have wouldn't fill a thimble compared to somebody like Sean Rodman. Like, I don't have that kind of knowledge. But I'm very, very excited to see Team USA tonight.
Yeah, it's a huge game. It's one of the biggest games in the soccer history of this country. And if you're not in on this,
They've won one game in this ever in the knockout stage.
Yeah, I don't want to say, like, I always say I like thinking of you less of a sports fan if you don't like something, because people are different. Life's different for what you have the time to watch. But if you're not watching this Team USA game tonight, I think a little bit less of you as a sports fan. You don't have to love the game. You don't have to be a lifelong soccer fan or stick with it after this, but it's a huge moment. It would be like not watching the gold medal game for Team USA hockey. It would be like not watching Steph Curry close out France in the NBA, in the basketball Olympics. This is a huge moment in the country sports scene on home soil. You got to be pulling for the home team.
But you and I are like the same way, though, as far as have the same policies. The don't yuck someone else's yum.
Yeah, I mean,
like
if you're not a soccer fan, you're not a soccer fan.
But
That's
don't
fine.
be. But there's nothing worse than the detractor today.
Yeah, exactly. The guy's like, soccer's stupid.
I don't need the detractor. Like, I don't need the detractor today. And I am not an advocate. I don't consider myself a soccer advocate. Like, I don't consider myself somebody who, like, hey, guys, we should do more soccer talk on the show. Like, really. Because after the World Cup, I wouldn't imagine now. I'll be gone in a month. But I don't imagine you guys are going to go heavy on the soccer talk.
No, absolutely not. This is a special event and a special time. But what it could bleed into is more of an interest in the country, depending on how Team USA plays out. This is just like, it's a step to maybe the general public having more of an eye on the sport here in this country.
Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference at Davis Honda in Burlington. Sean Rodman, what are the folks saying this morning on a variety of topics? Because we've been talking about a lot of different things.
Yeah, we'll go back to that Sixers conversation with Dean Wade signing. One person, Mark, checking in saying, why did we sign Dean Wade? 6 points a game, 4 rebounds a game, and he's never played a full season, used up $9 million.
Yeah, so part of that reason is the familiarity that Mike Yancey had with him from his time in Cleveland. I imagine that had to be part of the conversation. And the other part of it is you need wings who can defend wings. You don't really have those guys. If Kelly Oubre is not going to be playing basketball here, who is your wing that can be a plus defender? Paul George is solid in spurts, but he's on the back nine and might be playing hole 17 or 18 right now of his NBA career. He's not a plus defender over the course of an 82-game season. He can be we saw him be really good for stretches of that postseason run. But you need more depth, and you might need another guy that could start and add defense, especially with a small backcourt. Dean Wade isn't just defending wings either. He can defend guards, which Tyrese Maxey is too small to do, and VJ Edgecombe is still 20 years old. LeBaron Philon Jr., willing defender. He's coming in as a rookie. We don't know exactly what those guys are going to be able to fully give you yet, so you needed a versatile defender, and that's what he adds. Don't get caught up in the points per game. Don't get caught up in the rebounds per game. He can hit an open three. He can defend all 5 positions.
I like it. I didn't know much about his game. All I knew is where he played last year.
Yeah.
I didn't even know enough about his game or anything like that. I like it. I'm just more wondering and we talked to Jacob Moreno about it there, is what's the fallout from here? Like,
right,
how does
exactly.
what's the move from here? The Kelly Oubre move, though, and I was surprised that we got agreement on that. That it's not, I would rather see Kelly Oubre walk out the door than Quentin Grimes.
Yeah, but Sean made a good point, and I'm with you on that only because of the age. I think you could see Grimes develop more, and Oubre kind of is what he is, which is a darn good rotational basketball player and a potential starter for a good playoff team. Like,
what?
But the thing that you got to look at is they're low on – they need more help on the wing than they do at guard right now, even though they do need another guard because you got 3 young guys that are going to take up a good amount of the minutes when you look at the backcourt. So Kelly Oubre might fit more what the team can't find in free agency.
What else we got there, Sean?
Yeah, another person checking in saying in that debate between Oubre and Grimes, I would want Grimes because of the age. Oubre hasn't shown that he can hit from outside consistently, and Grimes has.
See, that's where I feel like Quentin Grimes being let out the door. Do I think it's something where you're going, this guy is going to come back and haunt you? It's going to be some move that, where you're being mocked, like where the franchise was absolutely getting clowned over the fact that you let your number 1 draft pick walk away. You traded away your number 1 draft pick. Stupid move. No. But do I think that I'd rather keep Quentin Grimes? I really would. I'd rather keep him.
Yeah, the one thing I'll contend, he brought up the shooting from outside. Kelly Oubre last year, 36% from 3. Quentin Grimes through his career, 36 and change % from 3. Now, Kelly Oubre's career numbers are lower, but he showed you last year he can knock down an open jumper. So if you're just worried about the shooting, I think they're relatively even in that space.
Yeah, and I like Oubre's defense a little bit more as well still. He's got the longer size. We've seen him guard some really tough players, whether it's Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum in the playoffs. I just think that bringing him back, it's harder to find guys like Kelly Oubre than it is to find maybe a guard that can handle the ball a little bit that we haven't seen, I know, in Philadelphia, and shoot it well as well.
The thing is that we've been going and getting these old guards. And I mean old guards. And I don't want that. Like, I don't want that. I don't want some oldie coming in here.
I think that's the best fit, is you get somebody in their mid-30s.
Mid-30s is fine.
That can just
maybe
very confidently run the offense for a second unit. That can get out there and give you 12 to 14 minutes a game. Is not at the top of their peak, but and this is a high level because he's a basketball Hall of Famer, but like a later career Chris Paul, who's not going to do anything crazy for you, but you know that when the ball's in his hands, he's going to make the right decision. That's not something you're going to get if you go out and you sign like a 26-year-old.
I get you. That does make a lot of sense. What else we got, Sean? Anything interesting?
Yeah, a little interesting. Someone checking in that apparently on the job site conversation with the lettuce earlier saying this has been going on for centuries. Go to any job site right now, and I guarantee people are wearing lettuce under their lids.
I never
heard this.
All 3 of us have never heard that before.
No idea.
That's absolutely crazy.
I'm not a Caesar salad. I don't know why you're telling me to put lettuce on my head. It's ridiculous to me. Just drink some water. Doesn't that do it?
I mean, it's just like, I guess is a cooling. There's something about it that it's got a cooling. It's like a cooling blanket. It sounds like a really cool idea. I hate wearing hats. So I don't like wearing the hats.
I love a good hat.
So you loved wearing the hats, and I will wear the hat today. There's no way I will not wear a hat.
By the way, little correction from what we were talking about earlier. Completely forgot because they were the big bill of the Brewers-Phillies series. Sanchez threw Sunday, missed through Friday,
that was Friday.
So they didn't actually match up in the games.
No, but it was the whole idea.
Yeah,
of the two
comparing
of
them was so much what we did. I forgot that they didn't. It was Painter that made that start, which, well, we know that.
Anything more, Sean?
Yeah, next up, someone saying, I'm not a fan of the Dean Wade signing. It feels like Gansey is just getting a guy that he just knows rather than someone that could start and impact this team.
Let me ask you something. Texter, question to you. Did the Cleveland Cavaliers play in the Eastern Conference Finals this past year?
Yeah.
Have the Sixers played in the Eastern Conference Finals in the last 25 years?
No.
So maybe it's okay that you're going to get a guy that you liked from a team that was more successful than your team. knowing somebody doesn't inherently mean that you're just doing it because you like them or you're familiar with them. It could be knowledge of a player that has worked. And some people are like, oh, well, Dean Wade didn't play well in the Eastern Conference Finals. He played in the Eastern Conference Finals. That's something you can't say for any Sixers player for the last quarter of a century.
So he's bringing something to the table that potentially could be of value. And that's where we're at.
Yeah, he might not work out, but just saying, oh, well, this guy was there and he's bringing in a guy who scored 5 points a game because he knows him. It's like a security blanket. I think that's a very base level way to look at something that has more nuance than that.
What else we got?
All right. Next up, another person checking in saying, I do like the Dean Wade signing. I think that he could be a good fit, especially because we've needed a stretch four for a long time.
Okay, I guess it's me being, I don't know enough about his game. So learn more about his game, and I'll go down that rabbit hole later in the air conditioning and go down that rabbit hole and learn more about him.
Yeah.
Because I woke up to it today and was like, okay, there's a move. We'll see what it's about.
Right. It's nothing, and you're not going to see special moves from the Sixers this offseason. All due respect to Dean Wade, that is not a special move, but it is one that fills a need on this team. And that's all you're looking to do this offseason because you're already handicapped by the big contracts that are locked in on this team.
That's where it's going to be. Did you hear ESPN overnights at all? The conversation
no,
they had,
really.
the conversation they had, you may have missed it because it was early in the top of the five.
Yeah.
About who are they interested in? They're trying to get from the Washington Wizards. I'm drawing a blank. Former Laker.
Anthony Davis?
Anthony Davis. But Washington has said that they're not interested in moving him. Now, that could be just to drive up the price. But then they said, could they pivot to another name like a Joel Embiid? And they mentioned a couple other names. Could you imagine if Bob Myers was able to get Golden State to bite on Joel Embiid's contract?
Yeah, you'd need to
I don't know how they do it money-wise.
They wouldn't be
But
able to.
but if they're trying to get Anthony Davis, they could then.
No,
Same
I don't
you're
think,
moving the same. You're moving the same contract.
I don't think that's realistic either for them.
No, but that's the one that they think's going to happen.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I'm telling you right now, I'd be surprised, especially if they're trying to also get LeBron. What is LeBron going to do? The vet min to go to Golden State to play there? I guess he could because he just left the deal they had in L.A. But I would not consider either Joel Embiid or Paul George as potential move pieces to Golden State with all this stuff that we hear going on there. I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned that it's them driving up the price. Like, I think it's Anthony Davis trying to drive up the price for his own contract extension. I don't think it's necessarily
Well, no, remember, Washington controls that.
Right.
Whether he goes anywhere.
Right. He could try to demand a trade and say, I'm not signing an extension and I'll leave next year or whenever that is. And then they want to get something. I think it's more so Anthony Davis's agent trying to get more money out of the Wizards.
Yeah, and he's in the final year of his deal. Joel Embiid has 3 more on top of where we're at.
Could you see it or not?
Anthony Davis?
No.
Or
Could you see Joel Embiid? What if Anthony Davis, what if they're not moving him?
not a chance.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
No.
Don't hold your breath. It is not happening.
I'm telling you.
He is a Sixer, folks. Keep your Joel Embiid jerseys. He ain't going anywhere.
All right, that is the truth, too. All right, we are going to check in. It is the biggest soccer match in a long, long time, and we'll all have our eyes on it tonight. We'll get a little insight from an insider that will give us what we should be looking for the novices and for the more seasoned. Coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Gansey makes his first move in free agency. I'm Sean Rodman. According to multiple reports, the Sixers are adding former Cavs forward Dean Wade on a 4-year deal. Wade's 6'9" frame will most likely slide into that starting lineup next to Joel Embiid. Wade is mostly known for his defensive attributes as well. The Phillies beat the Pirates 8-0 last night. Sanchez went 7 innings and did not allow a single run. Despite being seen with a cut on his finger earlier in the game, Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Sanchez's cut as well as his performance.
I mean, it was a scratch, but I think he's impressive enough. Obviously, he sets the tone tonight for us, attacking the zone, heading the count, all that, right? And I think that's obviously something we needed tonight.
Safe to say, Mattingly doesn't sound too concerned with the scratch. Phils are back in action tonight against the Pirates with a pitching matchup between Zach Wheeler and Paul Skeens. First pitch is at 6:40. Team USA takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight in the round of 32. Kickoff is at 8. And Karith Gabriel from the Philadelphia Inquirer will join us next on the World Cup matchup. Everything you need to know for tonight. And this update is brought to you by Aleve. When traffic slows you down, pain can make the ride feel even longer. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can put that pain in the rear view. Use as directed. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic app.
beautiful faces, check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com. You say that you should get some air on a day like this, though.
Yeah, I'll be outside.
I'm just reading this, is that even on a day like this, you should not spend it in all day in the thing because this is still very fortuitous UV rays today.
Oh, yeah.
Some really fortuitous UV rays today.
I'll be getting a tan today. I'll be working on that.
What are you going to do?
Probably sit up by the pool on the roof. Other than that, just get a nap in because we got a late night with a big-time soccer game tonight.
And, Connor, you were saying, hey, we needed to get some soccer, on the show today, getting ready for the big match tonight.
Yeah, Karith Gabriel joins us. He does great work covering soccer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I figured nobody better to join us and talk a little bit about one of the biggest games in the history of international soccer when it comes to the USA perspective. Karith, we appreciate you joining us today. And with Team USA taking on Bosnia tonight, can you just set the stage for how big of a matchup this is for the soccer scene in this country?
Hey, guys. First of all, thanks so much for having me on. It's great to be here. Yeah, tonight's going to be an awesome match. You have one team that has a lot to lose, and I think one team that's just kind of really happy to be there. This is Bosnia's first time ever in the knockout stage. A win for them would be massive, but we're here to kind of talk Team USA. And really, this is a team, I think if you guys saw the first two games, everyone is starting to really kind of rally around and believe in. And they have the players and the pieces, to go far in this tournament. They kind of worked through Group D fairly easily. Got some great results against Paraguay and Australia. And yeah, tonight, just setting the stage, I think if the teams that we saw against those two previous matches come out tonight, and head coach Mauricio Pochettino brings those guys out, I think you'll see an exciting game that should see the U.S. walk away and looking to go into the round of 16.
Look, I'm a novice, so I'm not going to try to bluff and act like I know anything, but I've really enjoyed watching and trying to get to know more about it. How different is the opponent in Bosnia than the opponents that I've watched so far face this United States team?
That's a good question, man. I think I would equate Bosnia to almost Australia, right? Where if you watch that game, you're watching a match between just some really big boys. Australia was a really big, strong, physical team. You'll see a lot of that tonight with Bosnia as well. They have a lot of guys with size. Their top striker, I think stands well over 6 feet. They're just a big, strong team that'll push you around. But I think the U.S. handled themselves pretty well against that challenge against Australia. And then, that's a game that I really kind of equate this to just in terms of the size and the physicality that the Americans should expect tonight. But from a talent perspective, listen, I'll just keep it real, guys. The U.S. has the better talent on the field. They have some guys that play in some of the top clubs in the world, both in Europe and South America, and they have a squad that technically should be better than this Bosnia team. I think it just comes down to, how much can they match, Bosnia's physicality and want to kind of bully them. And if they can, then I don't really see a world where, this one is too hard of a match for them.
Something or nothing. The United States 0 for their last 10 in matchups with European sides in international play, 1 in their last 18 against European sides. Is there something to that, or is it fluky?
You know what? That's a great question because I think people look at that and say, well, this team can't handle, big European clubs. Got to keep in mind that, across those matches, it's been a widely rotating pool of players on the U.S. national team. It isn't the same 26 now that played, in previous matches in the lead up. The Germany tune-up game is a lot different than the game against Turkey or a match even before that. So I wouldn't take too much stock in that. I do think that, if you're looking at it just from a standpoint of where the U.S. sits in terms of like world soccer, they're in the top 24 of a reason, and they can hang with a lot of these European club teams. I think the result just kind of depends on who gets put on the field. who the coaches choose to bring out. But, I wouldn't take too much stock in that. I think with a good squad on a good day, I think that this U.S. team can bang with a lot of teams in the world and get the results that they're looking for. So.
What is a field of 16?
It's the round of 16.
Round of 16. So
yeah.
if they advance to the round of 16, is that on a report card for USA Soccer? Is that a B? Is that
Great question.
Something like that?
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I would say if it wasn't an expanded field, obviously we went from 32 teams in the World Cup to now 48. So, I equate everything to March Madness. I'm looking at this game as almost like a second round, right? Before you get to the Sweet 16. And yeah, I think if they were to beat Bosnia tonight, that next game is between, I believe, either Belgium or Senegal in Seattle. And that's when it starts to get real. But, this is a collective. It's 26 players. I would argue are probably one of the best that the U.S. has assembled in quite some time to compete in a World Cup. And you're on home soil. Every match has been a home game for this team. And not even that, they've been out west the entire time where they prefer to play. So, I really feel like it's people are expecting them to go a bit further there than the round of 16. And, that would speak a lot to just the growth of the sport. Every 4 years, we kind of get a chance, if they qualify, we get a chance to see just how far soccer has come in America. And I think so far these guys have proven that, this is a team and a concept, that can get some results if played the right way.
We're talking World Cup with Karith Gabriel of the Inquirer. Now, if there's somebody sitting down, and I imagine there will be a lot of people like this that are watching Team USA for the first time in this tournament, now that we're to the knockout stage, and they want to know, who's the player I'm going to fall in love with tonight? Where should my eyes be? Who do you think is going to be the individual that takes center stage for Team USA?
Everyone would say Christian Pulisic. If you look at the guy, he's the guy who scores the most goals. He's quasi-local if you're a Philadelphian, being, a kid from Hershey. But, there are a lot of players that I think have stepped up and have really been surprising on this roster. One of them is a local guy from, he's from Wayne, PA. He's the goalkeeper. His name is Matt Freese. And Matt should get the start tonight. He didn't against Turkey, but I think that, in large part, they were just trying to get some guys on the field who didn't get to play in the first two games. But, I've been kind of rallying around Matt. He, plays in Major League Soccer for New York City FC, and we talked to him the last time he was here when the U.S. actually played Paraguay in a friendly in Chester. And, guys, he was probably one of the most locked-in athletes I had ever seen. Every question was straight to the point. I wouldn't say robotic, but it was more like he really, really wanted this for himself. He really wanted to prove that he could, make it here on the stage and help this U.S. team get as far as they can. And, there's a certain kind of love affair when you realize that the guy came from our local Union Academy and, grew up here, has Philly roots. So he's a guy that, I'm definitely rooting for. And obviously is one of four players from that academy and who play locally, that are on this roster. So if you're a Philadelphian and just a casual guy, he's definitely someone that you should, keep eyes on because he's playing his butt off right now.
If they win, if they win tonight, they go to the 16. Do you think there's going to be, though, a hangover of a new generation of soccer fans created from this run, or does it take a lot more than that?
No, I think that's the goal, right? I think that you have a lot of people working behind the scenes that are hoping that this World Cup spurs more interest in the sport and gets more kids playing, gets more kids, honestly, guys, gets more kids of color playing. As you know, it's very much been a pay-to-play sport in this country, and only some of the few get that opportunity. So every time there's a World Cup, there's been, a subsequent jump-off. The 94 World Cup spawned MLS, and then, previous World Cups from there, we see more and more players, American players, get into top leagues and kind of get more limelight there. And then on the broadcasting side, what NBC and Fox have done to kind of really spur the sport and put it in your face every weekend. I think that's the hook that the fallout of a World Cup can bring. So no, I do think that soccer is a sport that obviously isn't on the same level as the NFL. I'm a born and raised Philadelphian. The Eagles are my team, and I love soccer. But I would watch a Birds game every day of the week. But I think that there are enough people that will look at this and say, yeah, I can be a Birds fan, I can be a Phillies fan, and I can also love the U.S. national team. I can also go check out what the union are doing, and that's the kind of growth that I think the World Cup can turn. Even as a casual person watching it.
Well, Karith, we appreciate you breaking it down for us, man. Hopefully we get a chance to continue to talk Team USA Soccer and they take care of business tonight. But great work covering them for the Inquirer, and we'll be in touch down the road.
Thanks, Karith.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
There he is, Karith Gabriel of the Inquirer, talking a little bit of soccer, breaking it down. I think he made it as simple as you possibly can for folks out there listening.
See, there's another example, Karith, what he just did with us, of how you build the bigger tent. Don't talk about a soccer match in a bunch of insider terms that make someone like me feel like I don't.
He wasn't talking like, oh, we're going to see the 4-4-2 from Bosnia, and because of that.
I love the fact that he was able to. I asked questions and able to listen to questions that you asked and hear him talk about it, and it sounds inclusive. It sounds like, hey, this isn't that hard to understand. Yeah. I'm not trying to play stump the chump here. I'm trying to get more people interested and excited. He sounds like he was going to play today. And he's just talking about the event. Yeah. And he sounds like he wants to play in the event. And that's the kind of excitement that this has the potential to deliver.
You know what else is great, too, and we haven't made this point yet. I'm glad Karith brought it up, about the in-your-face coverage by Fox and other outlets as the World Cup unfolds here in the United States. So many times we see big tournaments or big sports events, and the broadcasts are just not up to snuff. Like, there's something weird with the timing, the scheduling, the inability to find it. That was part of the conversation with the World Baseball Classic. It's like, oh, it's awesome. What channel are they on tonight? Like, they've done a great job, and the World Cup is clearly a different stage than those other events, but they've done a really good job of putting it in front of American eyes and having a great broadcast surrounding it. So that's something you should look forward to tonight as well.
I think the broadcasts have been really good, too.
Yeah, I love the panel that they got going, too.
I think there's
Rebecca Lowe and Thierry Henry.
There's too many people on the panel. There's
only four of them.
Yeah, it seems
three
like
of them two of them are great players. And then you have Alexi Lalas. All due respect.
Come on. Why is the hate for Alexi Lalas?
I mean, if you've got Henry, Ibrahimovic, and Lalas, there is an odd man out on that panel.
Please.
But he's doing a wonderful job as well, and I like what they put together.
We'll do a final check of our poll question of the day, brought to you by Dr. Avidan Appel. We'll check the Davis Honda text line. And if you want to sneak in a few last-second texts, we can do that. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Cristopher, Kincade Salciunas, Philly Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Seems like everybody's pretty fired up in it. Middays with Marks is coming your way next. They're going to be getting ready for a big show today. Looking forward to that. Get to hear some of it on the way out to the course. I'm going to pick up, by the way, pickle juice at the Giant. So they have chilled pickle juice at the Giant.
Okay, cool. Hey, do your thing. Whatever you need to compete.
I know I'm overthinking this thing.
Yeah, you very much are. Just go play golf, dude. You're going to be fine. God, you're not playing on the sun. It's going to be a little bit warm. Drink a beer. You'll be okay.
Now, the thing is, if I do that, then that could be – I don't necessarily want to do that. I sort of do.
I could never play in, like, an actual golf match or anything that I had money on or anything like that if I was not drinking. I need to have – not
so
like
you said
heavily.
I roll in, see Chris.
Yeah, loosen up.
Go loosen up and have a beer before the match?
Does that usually help you when you have one maybe on the course or before?
I usually almost never drink. The only time I ever drink on the course is if I have guests. So, like, I drink if I have guests. I never drink if I'm just playing normally. Because I play mornings, too.
Yeah, I get
play
that.
mornings. So I don't do now, some of the guys I play with have flasks. They're morning flask people.
Yeah, a drink or two per 9 holes is a pretty safe place for me to be, and that normally sets me, like, I'm not overthinking anything.
Well, you know I'm going to overthink this thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just glad. Last night I went back and I watched the Price is Right episode again.
Yeah.
Just the appearance, and I said to myself, I almost went too early on the cutting out. I should have taken another card because I had the $5,000 buffer. I was 4,100 under my ceiling. I could have gone 2 more cards and been right in the middle. I almost jumped out of that game too early. I knew I had the number that I think is. I mean, I should have taken at least 1 more card when I go back and look at it. Instead of cutting out at 19,100, I should have taken that thing to 20,000.
Hey, a win's a win.
Yeah, it works. So, hey, what's on the Davis Honda text line? Our folks at Davis Honda feel the Davis difference at Davis Honda in Burlington.
All right. So our next text, we have Chris from Philly saying, Dean Wade stinks. He's a P.J. Tucker signing all over again, but might be worse. $10 million a year for a guy who should be the 10th guy on the bench.
He's not a P.J. Tucker.
No, he's not.
That's not.
Also,
That's
P.J.
not
Tucker was like 38 when you.
Correct. This is a 29-year-old, and it is not in any way That's not fair. That's not fair. Now, 6-7 years from now, maybe.
Yeah, but you have him for 4.
That could be.
And we'll see. I mean, it fits right in the time frame of the Joel Embiid, Paul George era while filling something that you don't have alongside Maxey and Edgecombe. This is a thread-the-needle move. The question is, some of these are going to have to tell you whether or not the Sixers are competing now or building for the future. And I would say, and we asked Jacob Moreno about this earlier, and he's like, it's a little bit of both. If I had to choose, I would say the Dean Wade signing is more win now. Not significantly, maybe like 51, 49%. But a 29-year-old signed to a 4-year deal would say, hey, they're still trying to compete.
What about, would you say, compete to be able to try to get into the top 4?
No. He doesn't change the ceiling of this team that much.
No?
No, absolutely not. The Knicks are still way better than you.
Okay.
The Celtics, depending on what they do with Jaylen Brown, are probably better than you with the 4 year of Jason Tatum. You're looking at the Pistons are better than you.
Cleveland's still better than you?
Cleveland is better than you. Yeah, you've got.
So you could
we'll
get
see
into
what
the
Miami is with Giannis and Bam. I don't know. I don't think they are, but they have 2 really good players. Yeah, I wouldn't jump the Sixers into the top 4.
Let's check text line one more time.
Yeah, it's, another text going back to our the comment about the lettuce on heads.
Yes, which, by the way, none of us knew about, and we're getting trounced for not knowing this. Supposedly, it's been a big baseball thing from like forever.
I've never seen it once.
I'm telling you, we asked Ricky Batalico later today. Somebody asked Ricky about this, because I swear I've never seen like the Phillies games or anything where they've ever shown a player with lettuce in their hat.
It had to been before maybe all of our time then. I don't know.
Think.
But Mike from Hapro checking in saying, I've been in the union trade for 28 years and have never seen a coworker with lettuce on their head.
There, I like that. I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
But by the way, though, it truly is it's all over the place that this is not something that is odd.
I
That
guess
this is
so.
something
I don't
that-
know.
This is something that people
Played a lot of baseball and a lot of hot weather. I have not ever seen anybody with lettuce on their head, and I've never heard of it. But I guess it's a thing. So if you need to stay cool.
Yeah. By the way, I had I've said it to you before. At the golf tournament the last weekend, they had the boiled peanuts, which I hate, where they boil the peanuts in the shell, and they're wet peanuts.
I don't think I've ever had them.
Southerners love them.
Never had it.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Amy was good with them, but Amy wasn't a big fan of them. But like she knew all about it because she's a Southerner. I hate these things, and to watch the people just eat them and throw the peels and just
yeah, I'll pass on
disgusting.
that. I'm good.
All right, what's the final results of the poll question brought to you by Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health? Thankfully, that poll was really strong this morning.
That it is. And our poll today is, what is your number one reason on why you're watching Team USA tonight? And National Pride finishing at 78% to I Love Soccer at 22%.
So I thought 75 going in, 75-25. It was even a little more than that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there's a lot of people in this area. Let's not pretend like we're the world's biggest spot of soccer. It was cool that Gareth Gabriel, who joined us from the Inquirer, was saying, hey, there's a good number of guys that are local dudes from this team that come from the Philadelphia area. While there has been talent that comes out of here, we're so focused on the main four. I don't consider us a huge soccer fandom area, so I'm not surprised it's mostly National Pride.
I don't know if this Freeze kid that's in the Gulf, he's related to the Freezes from Havertown. They're a very good family from Haverford High School, but a really, really top-notch family that I knew from Haverford, so I'm not sure if he's related to them. But whatever it is, it's pretty great.
That I don't know, but one person checking in underneath the Twitter poll said, David Pierce saying, I have national pride and I love soccer. I watch most U.S. men's national team games, follow every American in Europe. I selected love of soccer since I keep up with them outside of the World Cup, despite having pride for my country.
I just think this is such a great chance. It's such an awesome chance to move someone like me who really doesn't care about soccer that much, but to move me where I'm going, when's the match? I want to make sure I don't have anything on my calendar. When's the next one? I want to make sure. I asked Rodman. I asked you. So when are they playing again? Okay, I want to make sure it's on my calendar. I got that. It has a chance to convert someone like me to become more of a casual interest fan.
Yeah, that's a great thing. That's all you're asking for. Huh?
And then you get more of that. But this is a very likable experience. But you sort of put the warning sign out as, don't trip up.
Do not trip up. So we'll give you a little bit of a preview of something we're hopefully not talking about tomorrow. And we've been talking about this behind the scenes in breaks. If they were to lose tonight, which they're not going to do.
They're not going to.
I'm not allowing myself. But if they were, this would be the biggest loss in U.S. soccer international competition history.
Well, what about the one that kept them from the World Cup?
Yeah, where they lost to Trinidad and Tobago, did not qualify. The problem is nobody was watching.
Because it was played. It was played like
you
late.
watch because you're a big soccer fan.
But wasn't it played like late at night?
Jimmy in South Philly wasn't tuned in to USA Trinidad and Tobago. You know what he's doing? He's getting dragged out by some of his friends who like soccer tonight. He's like, I don't know if I really want to do this, but it's Team USA, so guess what? I'm all in. There's people like that around the country. And if you go out and you lay a stinker in front of all these first-time soccer fans, you know what the first taste in their mouth is going to be? We're not good enough to compete. And that's going to stick with them for the next 4 years. For the next 10 years, for the next 20 years. You cannot lose this game. You have a golden opportunity in front of you. They are a lesser team than you. Do not choke it. Go out and show us you're as good as you looked in the group stages because this country is ready to root for you. Do not disappoint them.
The loudest people, too, and it's something that I'll hate about it. The loudest people, if they lose, are going to be the people that don't even give a damn about soccer.
It probably doesn't even watch.
Correct.
Or won't watch.
They'll be the loudest people about it.
Don't give them a voice.
People that just want. Don't give them a voice. Don't give them a stage. Take care of it. Go USA. Have a great time. Thanks, Sean Robin. Great job, Austin. You're awesome. And Negative Nate was in. We love Negative Nate.
Yeah.
And I like that. Love it very much. So Connor, great job. We'll talk to you tomorrow. And hey, have a great day, everybody. Middays with Marks comes your way next.